What language is the first language? Is Zahavit Shalev talking in English?
I'll be speaking in English.
Okay, thanks. I should be able to pick it up, but you never know.
Okay.
Thanks.
I'm just getting...
Hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody. Shalom.
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 We're just giving a few minutes for people to gather.
Shavua Tov.
In a few minutes' time.
Shavua Tov.
Shavua Tov. How are you?
Flourishing.
Shalom, shalom. Uvracha.
Boker Tov from Chicago.
Okay, Tov.
Shavua Tov.
You got up very early this morning.
I was up. It's work. Nice to see you, Chaim and Tehila.
Hello.
Shavua Tov and Shalom from Barcelona.
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom. Bruchim Habayim.
It's also interesting if people want to change your names on your screen and put the name of the city you're in after your name so that we can see where we have people from.
How do you do that?
In the upper right-hand corner, you have 3 dots.
Yes.
If you click on it, one of your options is rename.
Okay.
Okay.
In French, it is renommé. If somebody wants to change in French, it is renommé.
Okay, Shalom. I'm going to start and welcome everyone, and I will give a few minutes before the beginning of the first session for people to still join us. So I want to, first of all, thank everyone who has taken from their time on a Sunday afternoon to join us. We've done several training sessions over the past few months, and it's been wonderful to be in contact with people all across the continent. And this afternoon, we're concentrating on the big questions around doing tefillah when our synagogues are closed and when our normal way of doing things isn't available to us. And particularly as we're thinking towards the high holidays coming in September this year, and I know all the communities are really thinking about this question: how do you do services if the synagogue is closed, and how do you do services if only 20 people or 30 people are allowed in the building? So we thought that we would share some of our thinking and meet people who are dealing with these issues.
On plusieurs.
It's to be the leadership of Masorti Europe in Warsaw this weekend for a conference, and the subject of the conference was on tefillah, so we adopted that theme. But to recognize the fact that we were supposed to be in Warsaw, one of the sessions is a walking tour of Warsaw, because we always, when we get together, learn about the local community. So I hope that you'll join us for everything today. For those who aren't familiar, you'll notice at the bottom of your screen where you have all of the commands and things that you can do, a new button called interpretation. And in that button, you get to choose the language that you want to hear the session in. We have 3 choices. You can choose English, French, or Spanish, and just choose whatever your preferred language is. We've been moving from English dominant culture to a multilingual culture. And as people are coming from all across Europe, our policy is that each of our speakers will speak in their own language. So you'll have speakers in French. Today we have French and English in our speakers, but you'll be able to hear either the original or the translator depending on what language you choose. And I can already say that our intention is to add other languages to this, and it's just wonderful to see us all together. So we're going into the first session. The first session is about conducting online services. I know that many communities, if not all of the communities, offer some form of services online, Kabbalat Shabbat before Shabbat, or after Shabbat, or during the week, or limited things on Shabbat. It depends on the community. But I want today to take three people who have been very involved in crafting and designing online services to talk about what they have learned, what has worked, what doesn't work, what are the best practices, and what can we learn from each other. So that's it. It's time to go on to our speakers. Our speakers today are Rabbi Zahavit Shalev from London, Rabbi David Touboul from Nice, and Rabbi Jonathan Wittenberg, also in London. And we'll start with words from each of our speakers, and depending on time, also an opportunity for some questions at the end. So that's it. Over to our speakers, and I believe our first speaker is going to be Rabbi Zahavit.
Hi Chaim, hello everybody. We have been tasked to talk about our experience of leading online services. I'm a colleague with Rabbi Jonathan Wittenberg at New North London Synagogue, a very big synagogue, but I also have a tiny congregation that I also look after, New Essex Masorti Synagogue. So I will speak a little about both experiences. Our colleague Rabbi David Touboul also has several congregations, and we're going to first of all, David will introduce himself and we'll talk a bit about Kabbalat Shabbat principally, and about some other services that we have experience of leading. And then our senior rabbi, Rabbi Jonathan Wittenberg, who's also my colleague at New North London, will talk about our plans for the Yamim Noraim. So we'll probably spend maybe 20 minutes or 25 minutes talking, David and I, and then move to Rabbi Jonathan. Thank you. David, do you want to introduce yourself?
Bonjour à tous, j'espère que vous m'entendez.
Hello, everyone. I hope you hear me. I am Rabbi David Touboul.
Je suis très honoré de participer à cette réunion de Masorti Europe avec mes collègues et mes amis.
Hello, everybody. I am David Touboul, Rabbi of Maayane in Nice, France. I'm also involved with two other congregations in Marseille and in Aix-en-Provence, so in the south of France. Because we were quarantined or sheltering in place, we had to act quickly to find solutions for our communities, for our congregations. Some of what we experienced was quite difficult, and some was actually very positive. And one positive aspect of having to run office services online with Zoom was that distance was no longer an obstacle, so that people who were far-flung, far away, could join us. Even those from other Masorti congregations, and they could join us, they could discover us, or they could find old friends. So when I started running a service on Zoom, I was certainly not reassured or serene. I didn't know really how to go about it. So I suspect that at the beginning we made every possible mistake, and that way we learned how to correct them. Thanks to all that, I think that our Zoom competence is pretty impressive now, technically speaking. because at the same time I learned to use Zoom as a host, so to speak, or animator, our members of our community or congregation learned how to use Zoom as members of the public, and we advanced together. So technical and technological problems were the first problems, the first questions, that everyone be able to connect at the same time. So we had the same problems as everyone at the beginning, problems of connection, of sound, of image. But one thing I'll never forget is the joy and the happiness we felt when we heard each other and when we could see each other while we were all stuck at home, unable to go out. After that, we began to, after this sort of success with Kabbalat Shabbat, we had other questions. Were we going to have services with Kaddish, Mincha, Shachrit? Our first reflex, our first response was to speak to the whole community or congregation. Sharing the screen, I showed them the site of the Rabbinical Assembly, the website, and the instructions or recommendations that we Masorti rabbis received from the Committee on Halacha and Standards from New York.
À quel point ils pouvaient, par eux-mêmes, s'ils avaient des questions, aller
And
chercher.
that way, they could themselves go look for answers or information. So we discussed the benefits and things that weren't so great or problematic in having services online, notably Kaddish, and also the question of minyan, quorum. So after the second, it was at the second service of Kabbalat Shabbat that we actually had mincha ensemble together. At this time, we only had Zoom, and we're not yet also running this possibility on Facebook or others. Given the difficulty of our singing together or hearing, how could we all hear the same melodies or airs at the same time without disturbing each other in terms of microphones and audio? So I started researching this question on YouTube. Where I found videos of parts of Kabbalat Shabbat services recorded by different groups, different synagogues, different singers, chazanim, chazanot, or other leaders. And I found a few. And so I used a screen share in order to play these videos so that everyone could see and hear them at the same time. So little by little, as I said earlier with my colleague Zahavit, I went from being a rabbi to being a DJ. And we started to criticize, evaluate the different interpretations of Yedid Nefesh, Lechadodi, and Otra, and others. And I asked members of my community to do some research during the week and to send me links so that every week I played a little medley, a little compilation, and we listened together. Sometimes the way Lechadodi was sung, their interpretations were pretty funny, and I did not resist the temptation to share the sort of parodic interpretations as well. And I think it was very important for all of us to do that and to continue in this way. And now I will pass back to Zahavit, who will talk about Kabbalat Shabbat in London. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, David. So we went a slightly different route. At the very beginning of the lockdown, we simply broadcast a Kabbalat Shabbat on Facebook live stream, which was Yedid Nefesh and the Tehillim and Lachadodi. And the initial offering was that me and my youngest child, who plays the guitar, would perform it. And we did that to live stream. I think that was positive, but it wasn't enough. Our congregation felt that they wanted something of Shabbat Tefillah to be front-loaded into a Friday night service. And Rabbi Jonathan was very adept at recognizing what elements could be translated into a Kabbalat Shabbat service. So the matbea that we follow, and I think David has some similar elements, we do mincha, and that enables people to say Kaddish. And then from the Shabbat service, we imported a small amount of laning, of Kriyat Torah. This is framed with a rabbinic explanation, and it's screen shared with the translation. So people can hear the Kriyat Torah and follow. Now that we have B'nai Mitzvah kids, whose B'nai Mitzvah it would have been, we encourage those children to do the Kriyat Torah. So that creates a diversity of people presenting, as it were. We also realized that hearing the yahrzeits was important to people. So we have someone read out the names of the people in our congregation whose yahrzeits it would be. We also display the list, which we would have had available in the synagogue. We have always a drasha. We have always some of the prayers for the community. The prayer for the community, the prayer for our country, the prayer for Israel, and increasingly a thematically relevant prayer. We found that because we have a strong program element to our services, sometimes we use a theme that is available. For example, it was Refugee Week in the UK. Next week, it's going to be Pride Shabbat. When it was Tu B'Shvat, we could use that. So that enables us to introduce a prayer, maybe something environmental, something healing. We responded to Black Lives Matter with having an outside presenter read a prayer or offer a psalm. And that was powerful to see that addressed and acknowledged in our service. So the thematic element is now a feature, that there'll be something thematic and new each week. And also the prayers for the community, the country, and Israel, they function as a mitzvah that can be offered to different congregants. And that way we ensure that people have a place and that different faces are available and visible. We also have an announcement slot, which allows the chairperson of our congregation to be visible. And then I think very nicely, we have a good news element where we feature one or two congregants who have had some good news. So if someone had a simcha, they got a new pet, if they have a grandchild, they got a promotion, they won a competition, we introduce them and we allow them to say what it is that they had a good week doing. A thing that Rabbi Jonathan recognized early on was that there's a really nice opportunity to showcase something visual. We had someone from the Jerusalem Botanic Gardens show the trees. I can't remember if it was Tu B'Shvat, but show trees or show the garden in bloom. We had volunteers who were delivering food. They made a slideshow of collecting the food, their car boot full of the food, them delivering the food. We had someone spoke about an item from their family heritage that had been recovered and tell the story about this piece of family history, and they showed the item. So there's always a strong visual element. And then, having done this, we moved to Kabbalat Shabbat, which is still a similar matbea. It's basically me and Lonnie singing Kabbalat Shabbat. Sometimes another family leads, but we have generally found that if Lonnie and I use some new tunes, then that maintains the interest, and the musical standard is high, and our congregants appreciate seeing me, one of their rabbis, the consistency. So that for us has worked as a Kabbalat Shabbat offering. David also mentioned when we spoke, but we'll say this now, that we've all agreed that it's important to allow people to come online a little bit early and to stay online afterwards and to be unmuted and greet one another, and for people to have the Kiddush moment of seeing one another. So that's been our experience, our journey of enhancing what we do as a Kabbalat Shabbat service. David and I, we thought we would say a few words about our Erev Yom Tov services and what we've learned from doing Pesach and Shavuot. Later on, Rabbi Jonathan will talk about Yamim Noraim. So I'll let David speak in a minute about Erev Yom Tov, and then we'll reflect on Shiva services and B'nai Mitzvah services and other issues that have arisen for us before we go to Rabbi Jonathan for Yamim Noraim. So Rabbi David.
Oui, je remercie Zahavit parce qu'elle
Thank you again, Zahavit, for having mentioned a crucial aspect, which is the communal aspect of Zoom as an app. So when I'd seen some of the Zooms that my Reform colleagues who use basically YouTube to hold services, so they record the services and they play them hoping that everyone will watch them at the same time. I found that technically they were well done, but the communal aspect was missing. And as David says, it's completely fundamental, this really basic, primary, and necessary to have this communal aspect. And as David has said, 5 minutes before the service, 5 minutes after the service, let people talk to each other the way they would in person at the synagogue. So same thing for the Yom Tov services. We've had two big holidays, Pesach and Shavuot. We've also had Yom HaShoah, which is very important for us, so we didn't want to cancel it. We didn't want to cancel our service or our evening for that. Pesach was, of course, a huge question, how we could celebrate or mark Pesach together. What I decided for my synagogue and my communities was that before the holiday started, an hour before the holiday started, we had a communal Seder together, some elements of the Seder. At that point, we were diffusing live on Facebook. So the part I did was the Magid, where we recount the Exodus from Egypt. David, did it myself with some commentary. And I showed some videos. Then I explained to everyone that all they had to do was to light some candles, say the Kiddush, have a minimal kind of Seder, and then have a festive meal. For Shavuot, what I decided to do was that the night before Shavuot, in order not to transgress the Yom Tov, is when we had our study night. Various members of our community, we held about an hour and a half session of study, a subject that we had, of course, chosen in advance. The next morning we had Mincha, and entering into Shavuot, if I remember this correctly, with the Barcelona community, and my friend and colleague Steven Berkovitz, we proceeded to that service. For Yom HaShoah, we read the Megillat HaShoah, a text published by the Masorti movement, translated into various languages. Luckily, you can find it online, because many members of the community didn't have it. And every time we read it at the synagogue every year, they just look at it when they're at the synagogue. They haven't gotten a copy for themselves. But luckily it was available online, so everyone could follow along. This reminds me to talk about one of my great frustrations, because that's when I realized that many of our members don't actually have a siddur of their own at home. They don't have the most simple, basic texts of the Masorti movement, published by the Masorti movement. Something that I, as a rabbi, think is so obvious that everyone has to have at least a siddur or a Megillat HaShoah or some things like that published by the Masorti movement. So I imagine that probably for next year, for the people who, for the first time, who become members for the first time, we're going to send them directly a siddur so that they have a siddur at home. And we will do that for free as part of the membership. So that we never, I mean, let's hope we never have to do services again by Zoom, but still, every Jew should have a siddur at home.
Mm-hmm.
So back to Zahavit to talk about Shiva.
Thank you, David. Unfortunately, Shivas, we've done many Shivas over Zoom, and they work tremendously well. It's heartbreaking how well they work. I'm going to also acknowledge that the thing about what people do what siddur people have access to, it's very obvious that with a Shiva you have a not very Jewishly literate crowd frequently, and that tefillah looks like a part of the performance. It doesn't feel like tefillah b'tzibur. My experience with my very small kahila at New Essex Masorti, I just tangentially, I do a Thursday night service with them where I do a little bit of a matbea that I would use for Ma'ariv et Shiva. We start the beginning of the Shema, and we do Baruch Hu, and we do the brachot before the Shema, and then a little bit of the Shema. With that kahila, I've encouraged them, because there are very few of them, there's maybe a dozen or 15, we actually unmute ourselves for the first paragraph of the Shema, and I allow the cacophony to happen. And we feel like we have tefillah b'tzibur. With a Shiva, I found that most people are not expecting to participate in tefillah. So the tefillah that I do the brachot before the Shema, and then I say, we are moving to the memorial part of the service. And when I do the Askara, and afterwards when they do Kaddish, I respond with Amen, and I do the responses, but sadly, there's really not much participation. People don't expect to show up with a siddur. It wouldn't be meaningful to screen share the tefillot, because they are there to support one another and see one another's faces. So it's an extreme type of service, which is much more a performance than it is real tefillah. And yet people feel very well served by it. So doing some tefillah and making it very clear, there is a tefillah element. I say we are here to commemorate the Shiva of this individual. I introduce the family. I say I will be doing some prayers. I do the brachot before the Shema, some of them in English as well as Hebrew. I do the Shema and some of its following passages very selectively, using in translation what I think will be meaningful to the family of mourners. And then I say very clearly, we finished with the tefillah, except for the memorial prayer and the Kaddish. But we are now doing the Hespedim. And that enables us to, I say something about the deceased, but really I invite the people to give their Hespedim. And I say to people, there will be an opportunity for people to give good wishes. Feel free to put your wishes in the chat box. Feel free to expect to vocalize and to speak. And we do the Hespedim, I do the Azkara in English and in Hebrew, we do Kaddish, and I say Hamakom Yenachem Etchem. The formal part of the service is over, but don't leave. And then I wait. And usually family members come forward and they say something. Sometimes at this point, the family have agreed that they will show some photographs and do a slideshow of the deceased. And that also arouses memories. And so my role at that stage is to just reassure. If I'm on the chat box with a family member, I say to the chief mourner, I'm going to let this roll. I'm just going to be quiet. This is part of my service to you, is to enable you to share good wishes and memories. Don't feel bad. I will wait around for as long as this takes place. And mostly people come forward and it's slow to start, but it's still a sacred space. So I wait for as long as it takes for people to say good wishes. And I reassure the one mourner who I'm in contact with on the chat box, I don't mind. And people start to come forward with memories. And that naturally winds down. It has an arc. It takes a while for people to come forward and then to get going. And then you see that the mourners are becoming tired and they're beginning to have enough, and it winds down. So interestingly there, it's more than the tefillah element and the social element of the Shiva both have to take place within the same designated space. I'm going to stop in a minute and invite David to talk a bit about security and practical issues, but just to flag up that we found with B'nai Mitzvah, also what happens is you have some of the synagogue element of a bar or bat mitzvah service, but also some of what might take place in the party. Some of the speeches might move and relocate into the service space itself. It's different for different families and different synagogues, but it's worth thinking about if this is the one and only bar or bat mitzvah event, do I want to let the speeches and the family celebration enter into the space of the service? And if I do, how to invite that by pre-arrangement, invite that to come in. But I'm going to let David talk a little bit about security issues and practicalities of the different platforms now. Thank you.
Merci.
Merci Zahavit. Oui,
Thank you, Zahavit. Yes, security is a problem that we paid no attention to. We were completely in the dark about it. And we were so worried about being available to everyone and not forgetting anyone, and that everyone be able to have access as soon as possible, that we opened all the doors, we unlocked everything. And it was only the day after Yom HaShoah that I, Debbie Touboul, learned from various friends in Israel that their celebration of Yom HaShoah, their commemoration, had been spoiled by hackers, people who had done share screens with videos that were pedophile videos, pedopornographic, and also anti-Semitic videos. Really horrible. I was knocked out by this. I had no idea. I started asking myself a lot of questions. I didn't know what to do. It's really knocked me for six. So I spent some time learning how to manipulate, so to speak, or run the best way possible, Zoom security, and then I sent information to everyone in my community about how to be as secure as possible. So we added a password. For each meeting, there's a different password, Kabbalat Shabbat, daily minyan, for the classes we hold online. And also, only those people who have a Zoom account can connect. So more than password, this idea that you had to download Zoom and have your own account was very difficult to explain to people. Many people were unable to manage this. Even today, we have people who can't get into our Zoom meetings because of this constraint. And I'm sorry, but we had to take measures and some kind of compromise between security and accessibility. We chose security. We have a class Wednesday afternoons with children, and I didn't want the slightest risk for that class. So for the kids, for the children, I do something else. Every week I change the password and I send it 24 hours before the meeting to the parents, either by email or by WhatsApp. And you can't find our passwords on Facebook or anything else, of course. Okay, now, for all those people who are still unable to connect by Zoom, we either diffuse by Facebook Live in our private the community's private Facebook page, or we also created a YouTube channel. Masorti France has a YouTube channel where we have streaming classes, events, whatever might interest a larger public. We've had enormous success with this. A lot of subscriptions, a lot of followers in very little time. And in fact, we're going to keep on with this and work on our video content much more than we had in the past through this YouTube channel. There are questions. Zahavit and I are ready to answer questions or respond.
Actually, I also want to move to Rabbi Jonathan to talk about the Yamim Noraim. So we're also responsive to questions, but maybe it's best that those flow in whilst Rabbi Jonathan speaks. Just by way of introduction, we've touched on some of the creative opportunities that Zoom services gave us for Erev Shabbat and Erev Chag. And having learned quite a lot about creative presentations, that's definitely fed in. I know Rabbi Jonathan will elaborate into how we're thinking about the Yamim Noraim. So I'd like to have Rabbi Jonathan have the opportunity to speak about our plans for Yamim Noraim, but people are certainly welcome to also put questions in the chat box or to the moderators, and we'll address those at the end after Rabbi Jonathan speaks.
Thank you, Rabbi Zahavit and Rabbi David. And it's been one of the special things that we've worked as a team, not just in the particular synagogue where Rabbi Zahavit and I are colleagues, but also across our country and also across Europe. We've met as a community of colleagues much more than usual and learnt from each other. And I'm slightly reluctant to move on to the high holidays because I recognize how much there is to talk about and how much, I've just learnt listening to the two of you. So forgive me, I'll take about 10 minutes. I just want to say that for all the importance of connection throughout the year, it seems even more important over the high holidays, the Yamim Noraim. This has been a challenging time across the world, and our countries have suffered a lot of losses, and it's a time for cheshbon nefesh, inner reflection, and that'll be very profound for us this year. It's also a time when we miss community a great deal. I was thinking of the line from the Slichot service about going to God's house in a crowd and how it'll be hard for it to be so different. So here are some of the offerings which we very much hope will be helpful for our and other communities over this coming time. And I'm thinking of Zahavit's and my community, but I imagine most of this will apply much wider. First of all, I'll say something about time, which is we're not thinking about the high holidays as 2 days of Rosh Hashanah and 1 day of Yom Kippur. We're thinking about the whole of the month of Elul, and we're thinking about the days in between as well, because for obvious reasons, it's much easier to do a lot online when it's not Shabbat or Yom Tov, and we want to use those opportunities as richly and fully as we can, and we plan to have Slichot services and the call of the shofar every night through Elul and up to Rosh Hashanah. I'm going to now divide the kind of offerings into 6 sections. The first is personal contact. This isn't really about services, but we will make every effort to contact by phone every member of our community if we can. We're talking about a big community, but we feel there's no replacement for one-to-one personal contact. And that's something which the rabbis will be very much a part of. The second thing is we've begun now ready to prepare materials to send to our community. And we're thinking of a hard copy and as much as we can nicely produced so that people can have it in hand over the holidays. And there are at least 2 aspects to this. One of them is we're looking at very few of the most familiar, the most important key prayers, which we want to present in Hebrew, transliteration, and translation. For us, that's English, and with short commentaries, so that people have that for themselves and also to participate in what we will do online. We're going to also add reflective material. I won't go into details, but I'm happy to, in questions or by personal email afterwards. Reflective materials are for our own inner journey over the high holidays, and also about where our societies and where our world is, so that we can reflect ethically and morally on the state of life. So those hard copy materials, we'll make them available online as well, are the second thing. The third is using Zoom pre-Rosh Hashanah and pre-Yom Kippur. We're looking at some of the evenings before each festival to explore through discussion and presentation the themes of the liturgy, and then have them actually sung. And this is a community by community thing by some of our, Shlichei Tzibur and Chazanim, some of the people whose voices we're familiar with in other years. I'll take an example. One evening before Rosh Hashanah, we'll explore the shofar. I imagine that we'll first of all look at what animals they come from, and visual matters on Zoom. So the animals, they'll be there. Then we'll look at making a shofar. Then the key halachot, what sound is kosher, and when does it have to be blown, and the different notes. Then we'll record so there won't be the bracha, the actual blowing. And then we'll have somebody sing that on Zoom, that part of the liturgy around the shofar. And we know perfectly well that people will download things when they download things. So that'll be up on our website. And people will use that and refer to that when they will. And I'm imagining 3 such things before Rosh Hashanah and 3 before Yom Kippur. So that's kind of pre-preparation. We then plan to use Erev Yom Tov, just in the way that Rabbi Zahavit and Rabbi David said we did before Pesach and Shavuot and Shabbat. So to have a full pre-Rosh Hashanah, as much as we can of the service along the model that, I won't repeat it, that Rabbi Zahavit said. And more unusually, we plan to do that Erev Yom Kippur. We're going to suggest to our community to eat, and then an hour before the fast begins, we will use Zoom for the parts of there's a lot of Kol Nidrei, not the evening service, but the rest that one can do beforehand. And we'll do that, we hope, together over the best media, probably both Zoom and Facebook Live, stopping 10 minutes before the fast so that people can top up on tea, cake, whatever. And we also plan to come on 5 minutes after the fast ends to just do the last bit of Ne'ilah, Mariv, Havdalah, the shofar, together as one community. And again, we'll say to people, have a piece of chocolate, whatever it is, and then join us. So there's the pre-teaching, that's the third aspect of it, and then there's the Erev. That's the fourth aspect. The fifth will be what we can do in person. Now here, I imagine all our countries, we don't really know what the state of things will be. It could be better, it could also be worse. But we're imagining we'll be able to have, that's how things look in Britain, small services in person. So where we've often had nearly a couple of thousand or 1,500 people, we're imagining we'll be able to do a lot of short services, maybe up to an hour, for a maximum of 40 or 50 people. So we're looking at using different venues in parallel and different shifts. So there would be 3 of these, say on Rosh Hashanah. Everybody will have to work this out according to what premises we have, what the rules are in the country, what is safe and what is not safe. And we are certainly going to err on the side of safety on the basis that life comes first and the safety of one another comes first. So we hope to do something in person, and we hope that we'll be able to offer everybody one chance for something in person during Elul, and one chance over Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, maybe more. We recognize that's not the same as usual. Lastly, and more controversially, and this moves on to what Rabbi Chaim Weiner will talk about in his session following this, some of our communities may do some streaming under very, very specific conditions. The kind of byword is set and forget. In other words, that the mechanisms for it are all there before Yom Tov and set up wherever the streaming is from and set up at people's homes so that there's no writing, which is forbidden, and no need to touch the screens on Yom Tov itself. And some communities are considering this. Some feel that's not what they want to do, or the rabbis want to allow, or that it doesn't actually help. But we're aware that there will be people who, for health reasons, reasons of age, vulnerability, protecting other members of the family, won't be able to come to a synagogue where there are quite a few other people. And we feel that the high holidays are a time when connection is hugely, hugely, hugely important. So just to summarize, contacting everybody personally, materials in writing, study sessions over Zoom, using Erev Yom Tov, doing what we can in person, and possibly, and we're just finalizing our sort of halachic position on this, and Rabbi Weiner will talk about it, some communities may do some streaming under very tight conditions. We really recognize this is not as usual, but it's also an opportunity. And I think this is very important. It's an opportunity to enable reflection, thoughtful teaching, people having private space. And we see it also as something, a positive challenge, and not just what we won't have as usual. I'll stop there, and time for questions, I think, to Rabbi Zahavit, Rabbi David Touboul, and if people want to ask me as well. Thank you.
May I just take the opportunity to thank you very, very much. And normally I would give you a small token of appreciation in the form of a chocolate box, but we'll keep it there until we can meet again. Thank you all.
Of course, I mean a vegetarian chocolate box.
Yeah. Also, in Britain, people are mourning Dame Vera Lynn. And that song, We'll Meet Again, we're keeping that hope intact.
I wonder if it's valuable to say something about B'nai Mitzvah, because David and I had a little exchange about approaches to B'nai Mitzvah. Nod or put your thumbs up if that would be valuable. And so maybe, David, do you want to say something first?
I'm limiting to you to 2 minutes because we're going to run out of time. And people need a little bit of a break between sessions. So you get 2 more minutes and then that's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I'll just do a 2-minute summary if I'm a 1-minute summary if I may. We have many.
So I just wanted to say I do want to just give a very quick answer to Yizkor after that question about Yizkor. Sorry, Zahavit.
No, so maybe that's more important to speak about Yizkor, and we'll leave it.
I think so. We'll do Yizkor and we'll have the open session on B'nai Mitzvah, which means there's something to do next time.
Okay, sure.
So, sorry, Rabbi Zahavit, I apologize for interrupting you. Just to say that we've had 2 experiences. We've had the experience on Pesach and Shavuot of doing Yizkor. We created a special session for it. We included prayers before. We did it quite slowly and with psalms afterwards. And we're planning actually in our community to do a particular session around Yizkor on the morning before Kol Nidre. And we found it surprisingly very moving. And part of it, and our colleague Rabbi Oliver Joseph was responsible for this, was when you're in your own home for Yizkor, you have the pictures of your beloved family next to you. And you're in the place where you miss them. So far from being remote, Yizkor has somehow touched us very personally over Zoom. And I just want to mention that so that people don't feel bad about it and feel that it really can work. Again, Rabbi Zahavit, sorry for interrupting you.
No, that's fine.
Okay, I'm going to take over now. So first of all, thank you to Rabbi Zahavit, to Rabbi David, and Rabbi Jonathan. I think that you've all given us lots to think about. And I was looking at the faces as you were speaking, and everyone was thinking, oh, I can do that, or I can learn from this, or maybe even I can do it better. And there were some comments where other things that people had. And that's exactly what we're trying to create, is a chance for us to learn from each other. And there's so much experience here. And it's just has been wonderful to hear all of these ideas. I'm going to stop this session now because we have a very busy afternoon ahead of us. And the next session starts at 1 o'clock UK time or 2 o'clock European time, which is in another 5 minutes from now. And I'm going to be speaking about the halacha around streaming, Zooming, all of those things on Shabbat. Been very hotly debated in all kinds of different places. And I'd like to update you where our thinking is and kind of the guidelines for communities on what they can or cannot be doing. And that will be in 5 minutes time. But there's 5 minutes to fill up the tea, very important, or the coffee if you're a coffee drinker, and a break to go to the toilet. And in 5 minutes time, meet you back here for our second session. So thank you very much.
David, thank you. I just emailed you. I learned a lot from both of what you said. You were so clear, both of you. It was really, both so amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Thank you, Sandra. See you soon.
Thank you, Zahavit.
Yeah, thank you. Nice to meet you finally.
You know what,
one day
David,
in person. Yeah, thank you.
You know what David and I have in common?
What?
Yes.
We're both called the rabbi with the dog in our countries.
Yes.
Oh, really? I did not
Rabbin
know
avec le chien.
Okay. Dogs have been a big feature of our online services.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lots of people have bought lockdown puppies, and yesterday it was just everybody holding their dog up to the screen. It was adorable. All right, see you. Kol tov.
See you.
Kol tov.
להתראות. תודה.
Okay, good afternoon to everyone. Shalom. And can people see me? Hear me? Very good.
Yes.
So I want to welcome everyone once again to our second session of the afternoon. And I'm going to be teaching this session, and my subject is streaming services on Shabbat and Yom Tov, and the different halachic considerations. I have to say that this has been a very hot topic and a very controversial topic. I personally can't even count the number of hours that I've spent in conversations and in meetings with rabbis on this subject, and it's a subject which we debate a lot, and there are very strong opinions. And I'm going to do my best to try to summarize where we are and to help people understand where we are with our thinking. I want to divide my words into 4 areas. I'm first going to present the case against. In other words, I'll explain why the answer should be no, you're not allowed to stream. Then I want to present the case for yes, you are allowed to stream. Then I want to talk about the response published by the CJLS, which is the law committee of the conservative movement, written by Joshua Heller, and what he wrote and our response to that. And finally, I want to summarize the discussions we've been having between the European rabbis and to explain where we currently are in our thinking. So it's a lot of work and not a lot of time, and I'll jump straight into it. And if there's time at the end, there'll be questions. And if there isn't time at the end, we'll find another opportunity to have those questions. So I want to go straight into our topic. So streaming services on Shabbat. The first thing I want to do is, before I talk about the halacha, I want to talk about something that we call meta halacha. Meta halacha is the ideas, the concepts, the values that come before the halacha, and they influence your halachic thinking. And from my point of view, there's certain key things that we have to keep in mind. The first is that Shabbat is one of the core values of the Jewish tradition. Already in the 10 Commandments, I'm going to just share my screen for a second. Already in the 10 Commandments, let me just get that. And not the right screen, 1 second. There we go. So already in the 10 Commandments, we can find, I'll get that for you, the basic commandment of Shabbat, Lo ta'aseh kol melacha. This is the 5th commandment. You shall not do any form of work, you, your son, your daughter, your male, your female slave, or your cattle, or the stranger in your settlement. So it's kind of a basic idea of the Jewish tradition is that people divide their time between their work lives and their spiritual lives. That Sheshet Yamim Ta'aseh Melacha, that 6 days we work, but 1 day a week we set aside, and that isn't a day for work, and that isn't a day for creative activity, but that is a day for our spiritual lives, and perhaps that is also a day for our social lives. But that's kind of, that's a key concept. Now, that's been interpreted by the rabbis in all kinds of different ways. And ultimately, the halakha turned the idea of work into 39 different categories, and we'll talk about that. And those categories are connected with the way they used to make bread and the way that they used to make clothing and build buildings and all kinds of things like that. But, and now we get to the big thing, is that the essence of Masorti Judaism for me is about interpreting the Jewish tradition and translating it for the modern world. And that translation into the modern world doesn't always mean that now we say everything is okay. That translation into the modern world means taking values that were once expressed in a certain way and translating them into our reality and the way that we live our lives. And sometimes that means saying yes, and sometimes that means saying no. And for me, I think if we are honest, we have to say that electricity is the new form of fire, that at the time of the rabbis and at the time of the Torah, fire was the central form of energy that drove all of civilization. That's where your heat came from. That's where your light came from. That was the center, the key form of energy. And in the modern world, electricity has taken out that place. Electricity is what drives our factories, and electricity is what lights our home, and frequently electricity is also what heats our home. And the second thing that I want to say is that if we're totally honest, we have to also admit that for us, a computer is a tool that we work with. That a lot of our creative work, if not the majority of our creative work, takes place at the computer screen and takes place by sitting at a keyboard. And we have to not look technically what's the exact definition of work, and we have to not get so much into technicalities of halakha, but in a meta-halachic way of thinking, we have to be honest, and we have to say that a computer is a tool, and it's not different from a shovel and a spade, and it's not different from a knife and the loom and all the different tools of the time of the Mishnah and the Talmud. For us, the computer is a tool, and I come into this discussion with a very strong sense that there is no point that when I introduce Shabbat into my community, and when I talk about Shabbat in my community, that the statement I want to start with is, now turn on your computers. I just don't think that that's honest to the sense of translating our traditional values into the modern world. And if we're honest with that, then the core value is that Shabbat is a day of rest, and the core value is that we put to the side the things that are work and the things that are tools. And in the modern world, that means a lot of electronic things, and that means our computers. And I think kind of my concept as a liberal thinker, not even as a halakhic thinker, my concept of what the Shabbat of the future, the Shabbat of today and the Shabbat of the future should look like, is that Shabbat is a time when you turn off the screens. And I'm much more comfortable telling my community, turn off your screens for Shabbat, rather than saying, turn on your computer for Shabbat. And that's the big meta halachic idea. Now, there are also technical things. So there is a historic understanding of what Shabbat is. And Shabbat, I already mentioned, is made up of 39 different categories of work, and there's plowing and sowing and reaping and binding sheaves and threshing and winnowing. I don't want to get into all of those things, but as a general thing, what I want to say is that Shabbat has two parts to it. There's the 39 melachot, the definition of what work is, But each one of those melachot is also expanded through what we call tolodot, which are the way we interpret those actions into applying to regular and everyday life. And if I take an example of one of the melachot, which is very relevant for the question of using streaming on Shabbat, one of the 39 melachot is what we call writing, to write something. But writing doesn't mean taking a pen and putting it to paper. Writing doesn't mean taking a chisel and carving in stone. But writing means all forms of writing and drawing. It includes typing, printing, using a rubber stamp. They all come under this heading. The main objective of writing is keeping records, and therefore the spirit of the law forbids any activity normally requiring a written record. Thus, the Sanhedrin forbade all sorts of business activity, as well as marriage and divorce on Shabbat, because you need to write. Calculations and measurements are included, since they normally involve writing. And gambling and playing games of chance are also included, because they're in this category. In other words, every one of the melachot on Shabbat includes all kinds of activities that fall into a similar kind of abstract idea. So writing isn't taking a pen, putting it into a piece of paper. Writing means forming a permanent record of something in one way or another. You can do it on paper, and you can do it on parchment, or you can do it in stone, and you can also do that electronically. When it comes to streaming on Shabbat, most lay people think that the problem with streaming on Shabbat is the problem of electricity, of turning things on and turning things off. From the rabbi's point of view, the electricity is a secondary problem. There are issues about using electricity on Shabbat, but almost everyone would agree that the prohibitions around electricity are only rabbinic, and they're only secondary, and it's relatively easy to get over the problems around using electricity. From the rabbi's point of view, the main halachic problem with streaming on Shabbat is the problem of writing. And the problem of writing comes up in many different ways. It means that when you open your computer, you might need to put in a password to open up the computer. It means that once you've opened the computer, you have to log on to the Zoom account, or you have to log on to the Facebook account, and you have to put in a password. It means that while you're in the session, we're watching now and the session is going on, and people love to put in comments. And so the comments are going on afterwards. It means that if even none of those things are going on, and you select record session, as we're doing now, we're recording the session, that recording of a session is a form of writing. The main halachic problem with using the Zooming and the streaming on Shabbat is the problem of writing, and that's in addition to any questions one would have around the electricity. And indeed, it would be relatively easy to come over the problems of the electricity. You set things on timers and they come on and all kinds of things like that. The problem of writing is a difficult problem, and particularly we know how people work when they're at their keyboards, and even when you say that you're not going to be writing, you end up writing things because the computer crashes and you need to sign in again, and the computer decides just at that moment that it needs to update itself, and then suddenly you're in the middle of an update, or there's all kinds of things, not to mention the WhatsApp comes in, or you're just going to check your email at the same time. It's almost impossible to imagine a streaming session that doesn't involve halachic problems. And the main case against having streaming on Shabbat and Yom Tov is that it would be virtually impossible to do this without desecrating, without not keeping Shabbat in one form or another. Those are the arguments against. What are the arguments for? The arguments for are that there are many circumstances that the halachic system has built into it ways and means that we can be lenient in special circumstances and special situations. And there are three of those things that I want to talk about that I think are important for us to consider. The halacha has within it, as I say, three different types of leniencies. One is called pikuach nefesh, one is called sha'at atchak, and one is called kavod habriot. And we'll look at each of those separately. The first thing I'll talk about is pikuach nefesh. Pikuach nefesh basically says that when a life is in risk, you're allowed to transgress the halacha. You're allowed to do things against the halacha. As the rabbi said, it's better to desecrate for this person one Shabbat so that he'll be able to keep lots of Shabbatot in the future. If someone has a heart attack, you stick them in the ambulance and they get to the hospital as quickly as possible. If someone falls and breaks a leg, you get them to the doctor. You always have to do whatever is necessary in order to save a person's life. I would also add to that that the emergency situations don't have to be as extreme as that I just talked about. So there can be many ongoing everyday things that fall under the category of pikuach nefesh and are permitted. So for example, in the state of Israel, the police work on Shabbat and the army works on Shabbat. The army works on Shabbat not because there's a war today, but because we all understand that if the army doesn't work on Shabbat, then everyone will be in danger because they'll know that there's no soldiers on the border of Shabbat. And that if the police don't patrol on Shabbat and there's no security service, then everyone is going to be in danger. And we all know that at our synagogues, we have security running throughout Shabbat, and they also involve cameras at the entrance, and they also involve people with the walkie-talkies. And everyone knows that those are ongoing everyday activities, but the principle is that when there's a real danger, you have to do what you have to do in order to keep people safe. And that's the principle of pikuach nefesh. But pikuach nefesh does have limitations. And the first limitation is that you can only use pikuach nefesh when actually there is a real danger. And not every situation is actually a danger. And when you do use pikuach nefesh, you can only use pikuach nefesh when it's necessary, and also to the extent that it's necessary. I.e., if there's a way to achieve exactly the same thing without going against the halacha, then obviously you can't just say, well, it's a danger, I'm allowed to go against the halacha in this case. And if we look at our current situation, so for instance, on the question of whether the synagogue should be closed or not, this is obviously a case of pikuach nefesh, because everyone understands that if groups of people will come together every Shabbat or several times a week, that ultimately people are going to be ill and people are going to die. And that's a clear case of pikuach nefesh, and there's no alternative than closing the synagogues. And therefore, no question, you have to close the synagogues. But the same can't really be said about streaming services. Because, first of all, you would ask, what are the risks? If people don't come to services, what are the risks? And then people would come back to me and say, but there are real risks, because there are people who are alone, there are people who feel depressed, there are people who have very real mental health issues that arise from being cut off from their communities, and I accept that 100%. And I think that those are very, very meaningful and important considerations. And yet, to use pikuach nefesh, you would have to prove that you could only satisfy that need by streaming the service on Shabbat. That somehow the community wouldn't be able to, on a Thursday morning or a Sunday morning, be in touch with its congregants and create that kind of communication, or that somehow doing it on Friday afternoon before Shabbat is less effective than doing it Friday night on Shabbat. That the real pikuach nefesh is that there aren't alternatives that aren't as effective and that aren't as good. And that's what the argument would be about from a halachic point of view. But pikuach nefesh allows you to do things that normally would be forbidden if it's necessary to save a person's life. And the definition of that is very broad in saving a person's life. But still, it has to be the only alternative. The next category is what we call sha'at ha'trak. And sha'at ha'trak literally means a time of, literally, trak means a time of pressure, a time, emergency situation, almost. And there's a general principle in halakha, is that when you're in an emergency situation, that you're allowed to do certain things that you wouldn't normally do, but that's limited to cases where there is a difference of opinion amongst the rabbis, and the halakha has been decided according to one of those rabbis. But in Sha'at HaTrak, you're allowed to choose the minority opinion. You're allowed to follow the opinion of the rabbi who originally his view wasn't accepted. But in the emergency situation, we use that more lenient view. And let me give you some examples for that, so you understand how that works. So we'll go back to the Talmud. So the Talmud uses it, for instance, in a situation where let's take an example from Sukkot. On Sukkot, one of the rules on Sukkot is that when you buy your lulav and etrog, they need to be nice. They need to be perfect. And we're all familiar with the picture of the person who comes to the market and takes the etrog, and they look at it and they check that it doesn't have any spots on it, and they make sure that the skin isn't broken, and they make sure that the etrog is perfect. Now the halakha is that the etrog needs to be complete, it needs to be whole, and isn't allowed to be damaged. But there's a minority opinion of Rabbi Judah who says that an etrog can be valid even if it isn't complete and even if it's damaged. So now we come to a situation. Normally I go to the market, I have to buy an etrog that's complete and whole. But what happens if that's not available? There's a very famous case in the Middle Ages, it was in the 16th century, of an area, I think it was in northern Italy actually, where that year they could only get one etrog. It didn't come. It happens. Some places they have etrogim that grow, but they didn't have the etrogim that grew. And they only had one etrog for 8 towns. And they didn't know what to do with the etrog in the 8 towns. And what they decided to do was to take the etrog and to slice it into 8 pieces, and to take 1/8 of an etrog and give it to each one of the towns. Now an etrog needs to be complete and it needs to be whole. But in the Shata Chak, in the emergency situation, it's still valid as it isn't whole. And they took this extreme decision that even if it's missing 7/8, it would still be valid. So everyone had 1/8 of an etrog, and they did the bracha on 1/8 of an etrog. What is Shata Chak? First of all, the definition of Shata Chak is when you have no alternative. So it doesn't need to be such an emergency situation. Even when you come to the synagogue and there are only 9 people there and you don't have a minyan, that can be Shata Chak if it's impossible to get the 10th person there. Shata Chak is whenever you have no alternative. And certainly the situation that we find ourselves in today is a situation of Shata Chak.
Et c'est sûr, c'est certain qu'aujourd'hui, y no tenemos alternativa. No puedes decir.
And do it in the synagogues. So now we have to, what do we do if we're forced into the situation where you can't get a minyan together? You're forced into the situation where the community can't have its public Torah reading. Now you go into the second part of Shata Chak, and that is that the Shata Chak doesn't allow everything. The Shata Chak only allows the minority opinions of the rabbis. In other words, it's not like Pikuach Nefesh that you're allowed to do anything possible to save a life. In the Shata Chak, you're allowed to take more lenient interpretations because you have no choice, and that's the only thing that you could do. But certainly in our toolbox for thinking about the situation that we're in today, we would now have to look not only at the mainstream interpretations of halakha, but even the more lenient interpretations of halakha. And those are things that I think that one could legitimately think about, use, and plan around. The third kind of leniency is something that we call kavod habriot. Kavod habriot literally means honor or respect of people, honor or respect of the individual. And there are cases when the rabbis have been lenient in the application of halakha because not to do so would put people in a situation where their personal respect would be damaged. And if I would give the classic example of that, the classic example of that is using hearing aids on Shabbat. Now, many of the questions around hearing aids are similar to the questions around security cameras and computers and Zoom and electronics and electricity. But yet you don't find anywhere rabbis who say that people who need a hearing aid aren't able to use their hearing aid on Shabbat. And the reason they give for that is kavod habriot, that to force someone who has the means to hear and to communicate and to be part of society to spend Shabbat lonely and in silence because you're telling them to turn off the hearing aid would be an affront to their personal dignity. And the kavod habriot dictates that you're allowed to do things, and the limit is you're allowed to do those things that are only considered minor rabbinic prohibitions. Like you can't, for kavod habriot, you wouldn't be able to eat on Yom Kippur. Or for kavod habriot, you wouldn't be allowed to, I don't know, desecrate, light fire, or something that's definitely forbidden on Shabbat. But here we see another example how the electronics in themselves aren't the major problem on Shabbat, that there are other things that are the major problem on Shabbat, but the electronics themselves aren't the big problem. So for the purpose of Kavod HaBriot, the rabbis allow hearing aids. In many synagogues, they have what's called a loop system, where there's a microphone that broadcasts the Torah reading to people with hearing aids. So it's not there for everyone, but it's there for the people who need it because they need it, and their dignity is more important than keeping the halachic principle of not using electricity. So the three main tools that one would have to permit would be pikuach nefesh, which is very broad, but can only be used in certain circumstances. Shata tchak, which can be used in many more circumstances, but what you can do with it is more limited. And finally, kavod habriot, which is used in very defined circumstances and only for very limited halachic permissions, as I said, minor rabbinic prohibitions. So the main argument against streaming is that there are many important halachic principles involved and desecration involved, and particularly, as I've already emphasized, the problem with writing. But as I said, I think philosophically, the whole idea of handling computers and using computers is problematic in many, many different ways. And I think even more so for Masorti Jews than others. Against that, we have the situation that we find ourselves in today, which is a very stressful situation, which is more stressful for some than for others, right? Many people, listen, I'll be totally honest, for someone like me, if I go to the synagogue or not doesn't really matter to me on Shabbat. I can say 100% of the services on my own. I can do all of the Torah reading on my own. I spend more time in personal contemplation. It's not a big stress for me on Shabbat. There are other people who the contact with the community, their Shabbat is going to synagogue, and if they don't have that, it's a real problem, and there are people who are in very real distress around not going to the synagogue. Let me say one more thing to that before I go to the next stage, and that is that not every Shabbat and every Yom Tov is the same in terms of how people perceive it. And I specifically would say that we had a lot of discussion before the Seder at Pesach about what instructions we give the communities for what to do around the Seder. Part of the thinking was that the meaning of being at the Seder for people is different than the meaning of coming to the synagogue on Shabbat morning or on Friday night. That the kind of distress that would be caused to people if they missed out on the Seder with their family was not the same as the kind of distress that people would be going through if they if they missed the Friday night or they missed the Shabbat morning. And therefore, because the talk, the pressure, the actual circumstance was different. Therefore, our thinking needs to be different. And I'll go one step further, is that for many people, the place of Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur in their calendar of Jewish events is not the same as the place of Shabbat or even the place of Pesach and Shavuot. And therefore, there's been so much thinking around what you do on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, more than other times, because there's an understanding that the psychological place that those festivals hold in our self-definition of Jews and our understanding of Jews and in our mental health are not the same as a normal Shabbat. I move on. So we saw the reasons that one would say no, and we saw the reasons that one would say yes, and then two types of response. In the last, maybe it was 3 weeks ago, I don't know the exact time, it was certainly in the last month, the Committee of Jewish Law and Standards, known as the CJLS of the Rabbinical Assembly, issued guidance to rabbis on streaming on Shabbat and Yom Tov. The CJLS is one of the committees of the Rabbinical Assembly, and it advises rabbis on halachic guidance for the conservative / Masorti movement. The Rabbinical Assembly is like the trade union or the professional group of Masorti rabbis. There are about 1,600, 1,700 rabbis who are members of it. And the law committee is one of its most important subcommittees. And as I say, it provides guidance for rabbis. According to the rules of how halakha works in the Masorti movement, the halakhic authority in any community is actually the rabbi of that community. So the decisions of the CJLS don't automatically become the halakha of the community. They're advice to rabbis, and rabbis decide what happens in their communities as a result of that. The responsa that was printed was written by Rabbi Joshua Heller, and he provided guidance for communities who wanted to stream. Basically was saying, this is how you have to do it in order for it to be halachically okay. And I don't want to get into all of the details, but it basically consisted of everything needs to be set up before Shabbat so that it doesn't involve handling any of the equipment on Shabbat itself. On the side of the synagogue, it means cameras that are set up from Friday and running from Friday so that you don't touch them and you don't maneuver them in any way. And from the point of view of the people receiving, it's about turning on computers or turning on telephones and leaving them on so that you don't touch them in any way. And he provides specific guidance for different software and different programs for how that could be done, together with kind of halachic justification of why he thinks that that's okay. A word on the halachic justification. The idea that electric things can be set up before Shabbat and allowed to run on Shabbat isn't new. Anyone who has an observant household knows that lights are set to come on and lights go off, and that ovens come on to heat, and that you have hot plates that you put pots on and they keep the soup hot, and that the idea of things being set up on before Shabbat isn't new. And mainly the idea here is to avoid any Torah desecration of Shabbat, any desecration of a Torah law on Shabbat, to bring yourself into the realm of rabbinic laws. And we already saw that there are areas in rabbinic law that can be permitted either because of Sha'at HaKach or because of Kavod HaBriot. There are certain considerations that will go in there. I have to say that the responsa was a little bit broader than that, in that it permitted in a more general way also the use of streaming. And I have to say that my impression from my American friends and colleagues is that it was quite well received. And my impression from my European colleagues is that it wasn't very well received. And the opposition to it amongst the European rabbis, and not only European rabbis, I would say outside of the United States, it generally was less well received. Outside of the Americas, in North and South America, it was better received, but in Israel and in Europe and in other countries, not very well received. And I would say that the opposition to the responsa was on several levels, and I will highlight two things. One is that the responsa opens with a page where it describes the current circumstances and explains why it felt that in the current circumstances, it was necessary to give this response. And the circumstances that it describes are the circumstances of the conservative movement in the United States. It does not describe the reality in Europe. It certainly didn't describe the reality in Israel. And I personally had a problem with the fact that not only didn't it describe the reality in Europe, but no one even asked about the reality in Europe. And I think that the reality in Europe is different than the reality in the United States in two important ways. One, as in the introduction they explain, is that many American communities are already streaming their services on Shabbat, every Shabbat, not connected with coronavirus, just a decision that that's what they're doing. And no European community is that part of the regular thing. I won't say no, because whenever you say no community, someone will come back and say, but my community, they do. But I'm not aware of any of our communities that are regularly streaming services. So in America, the response was, this is something that everyone does now anyway, and we need to find a way of not losing half the communities in our movement or saying that they're not okay. And in Europe, it was introducing deep changes into our community that weren't part of our culture to begin with. But more than that, the political reality in Europe is different than the political reality in America. Because in America, the conservative movement, its main competitor are Reformed communities who were streaming all the time anyway. And there was a sense that if we don't do that, we're not going to be able to compete. We'll lose too many members. But in Europe, the reality is that there is a mainstream community out there, which is almost always Orthodox. And a big part of our struggle is to establish our legitimacy by saying we're also a legitimate halachic movement. And introducing streaming into our services make it very difficult to argue that you're still a halachic movement. So in adopting streaming, there are huge political implications for many of our communities in many places. And that was something that wasn't taken into consideration in the response that was written by Rabbi Heller. And that is the reason that the majority of the rabbis in Europe were uncomfortable and did not want to adopt that response. We're coming towards the end of my time. So I have one last section, and that is, so what are European rabbis thinking today? First of all, I obviously can't speak for everyone, even though I probably speak with almost everyone in one form or the other, so I more or less know where our rabbis stand. But the vast majority of the rabbis are really against streaming services on Shabbat and Yom Tov because they feel that it goes against the core value of Shabbat, really, and our understanding of Masorti Judaism. And they feel that the arguments for streaming don't, let's put it, the alternatives to streaming in many cases can be very good, and they weaken the arguments for streaming itself. The exception to the rule is that there are populations and there are communities that there are populations and there are communities that distress involved in not having access to the synagogue services are greater than in others. And there are some instances when the local rabbi may decide that it's necessary to stream. I'm trying to be very careful in my wording. And in those instances, we as a rabbinic group will allow what I would call passive streaming, not active streaming. Not Zoom services where people can, everyone log in and sign on and give their contribution, and there's a very strong social element to it. But streaming almost in the sense of you can attach the security camera in the synagogue, which is on anyway, because all synagogues have security cameras. You can attach that to a feed so that vulnerable parts of your community can access it. So it's a very limited type of passive streaming, more limited to that than that which was being suggested in America, and only in those communities where the local rabbi feels it's necessary because of the unique circumstances in that specific community. Each community is going to come out with the guidelines for their community and how they're going to do it. But I think we will find that the majority of communities will be offering services before Yom Tov and after Yom Tov. And some of the communities, in a very limited way, will offer for some populations on Yom Tov. I'll take 2 questions and then we'll leave it. If you have a question, put it in the chat. Okay. And even better, I've left everyone in the state of shock, but we're already past our time anyway. So I want to thank people for joining me. And we have a 5-7 minute break now. Our 3rd session is a walking tour of Warsaw. And our 4th session, so our 3rd session in just a few minutes is the walking tour of Warsaw. And the 4th session in an hour and 5 minutes for now is going to be a session to teach us how to do online flyers. I think one of the things that most of us miss is the singing together. And one of the things that we discovered is that group singing doesn't work that well on Zoom. But there are ways around that, and I think many communities haven't properly used the opportunity to stick the community up so we hear the familiar tunes and the familiar voices and everyone singing together. And I highly encourage you to come back, both for the walking tour and for the session on online clients. So that's it. See you in another 5 minutes.
For anyone that's online, I'm just going to be running a short test for a video, so you can ignore it.
Welcome to our humble synagogue. We have were used as part of the ghetto wall, including that windows were blocked in. So
Joe, are you online?
Yes, I am.
So I want to welcome everybody back, and I want to introduce the president of the Masorti Ki Tov Community in Warsaw, who is our host community for this weekend. We were supposed to be with you, and we all missed the fact that we weren't with you over the weekend. So we're looking forward, we hope next year, all the restrictions will be passed, and then we'll be able to do a weekend together with you in Warsaw. But we're using the opportunity to be introduced to Jewish Warsaw and to be introduced to the Ki Tov community. So I don't know, Joe, if you want a few words first, or you want to go straight into the presentation.
I can say a couple of words of welcome, that I welcome everybody on a virtual tour of Warsaw. If we cannot be in Jerusalem next year, let us be in Warsaw. The topic of Warsaw is always a difficult one. I've prepared a presentation of what Polish Jews living in Poland have as an idea, or as a, you could say, their views, which is not necessarily the views of others around the world. The presentation is 1 hour long, so if you like to, if I can have that extra couple of minutes, I'll be most grateful. So let Tehila start the presentation. Thank you.
Welcome to our humble synagogue. We have some of our congregation with us. There's Rivka Zipporah, Tamara, Hava, Abigail, my wife, and Camille. I'd like to show you a couple of things in our synagogue. Here we have a pushta or tzedakah box. This comes from the Chumacka synagogue, and to us it's very important because it's, as a mess camp, it was collecting money for orphan children during the First World War. We also have in our ark we have 3 scrolls. This one was donated as the first scroll from Temple Haggah from the States. This is a scroll which came later, which is on loan from a family. And the third one, Masorti Olami, donated to our synagogue. If you look at the synagogue, we have one of our members who has done a mural, and we have pictures donated to us, and now we know which direction to pray to when, because that is of the Kotel. And also we have here in this corner a very nice Magen David in an artistic form.
So how do you find Poland's tragic history with the Jewish people intertwines itself into present community life?
What happened with the tragedy of the Polish history is, in fact, in one sense, we have been at war for 50 years, from 1939 to 1989. In that time, you could say Judaism was not on the map. And after 89, when Judaism began to be, you could say, more apparent, and people realized about the Jewish history, and that we have been here for almost 1,000 years, we had to begin making new relationships, because the old had finished. And now, in one sense, we're standing on a foundation that has been, to a large extent, ruined, and now we have to rebuild. It's a small community, it's a step-by-step approach, but what I can say is I know my neighbors, I know the people around here, and they all respect us on what we're doing for many reasons. One main reason is that many Poles have a Jewish background. Even if they don't have a Jewish background, their families knew of Polish Jews. They had them as neighbors. So, and Polish Jewish tradition and Polish tradition in many aspects are very similar.
No, I asked that question. Okay. So in what ways do you as a synagogue and a community sort of hold the memory of the Holocaust in your everyday sort of being?
As we know, the tragedy was that 3 or 4 generations were murdered in a couple of years, over a couple of years. These people have no one to remember them by. They don't have grandchildren to remember their grandparents. Our tradition in our synagogue is, during our services, when we have Kiddush Yom, everyone stands up and everyone recites the Kaddish. The reason why is because there are so many yahrzeits every week, at least 10,000 yahrzeits a week. And we are here to remember them so that the past is not forgotten, because they were great people. And the past cannot be forgotten in the present. As we leave the present, we must remember them. We invite you to come and visit us when you're in Warsaw. We encourage you to visit the city. We will show you over the next few minutes some aspects of our history and the tragedies that happened here. And we know that Jewish life in Warsaw is very important, and we know that we're playing our part to rebuild Judaism. Obviously, we cannot build it to the extent that it was pre-war, but certainly so that our lives become more normal in such a large city.
I'd like to introduce Rabbi Weiner, is our chief rabbi of Poland, and he would like to say a few words of welcome.
Hi, welcome to the Nozik Synagogue and the Jewish community of Warsaw. Our beautiful synagogue was dedicated in 1902. It was funded by a local Jewish businessman, Mr. Nozik, Zalman Nozik, which is why it's known as the Nozik Synagogue. The only synagogue still standing today from before the war. It was during the war used by the Germans as a warehouse, and according to legend, also as a stable for horses. Survived the war, and immediately after the war began to be used again as a synagogue.
Two questions to ask you. Please. The first one is, there are festivals, Jewish festivals in Krakow. They're very popular. Thousands of Poles come to visit. Also, there's another festival, the Singer Festival in Warsaw in the autumn. Also, it's very difficult to buy challah on a Friday. It's in every bakery, but when Friday comes, you have to stand in a queue to actually find some challah. And also that the Lauda school is very popular with non-Jewish students. Why?
Okay, well, we need to go step by step to all your questions. Really, the first question is that why are there any Jews in Poland today? September 1st, 1939, World War II begins. At that point, there are 3.5 million Jews, the heart, the soul of the Ashkenazi world. Only 5 years later, 90% of them murdered by Germans and accomplices. The statement is so horrible that most people don't think how many Polish Jews survived. 10% survived. That's 350,000 Jews in Poland after the war. More Jews in Poland in 1946 than in the United Kingdom today. Where are they? The vast majority of the Polish Jewish survivors leave Poland in the 25 years after World War II. If you want to feel safe saying the statement, I am a Jew, it makes good sense to leave post-Holocaust, Soviet-occupied communist Poland. Most of the Jews leave. Those who stay mostly agree with those who left. Stay Jewish, leave communist Poland, stay in communist Poland, stop being Jewish, often hiding your identity even from your children and your grandchildren. And the deep, dark family secret stays a secret. From 1939 to 1989, the fall of communism, 50 years of hiding. 1989, communism falls, Poland becomes a truly democratic country. And at that point, the not-so-young survivors are confronted with the question, do I feel safe enough today to tell my children, grandchildren, you know the story, that we're really Jewish? Since 1989, thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of tens of thousands of Poles have discovered they really have Jewish roots. That's the story of Polish Jews today in Poland. But then you have, at the same time, a parallel story of Poles living in Poland. Poles who live non-Jewish Poles who live side by side with Polish Jews for almost 1,000 years. Better times, worse times, horrible times, wonderful times. But one thing was always the same. There was a day-to-day contact. There was a natural relationship. And after 950 years, that natural relationship comes to a crashing end in 1939 with the German invasion and occupation. Whatever you want to say about Polish, non-Jewish, Polish-Jewish relations, it was a normal daily event until 1939. And for 50 years, this previous 900 or so years of natural relationship is now put into the freezer. 1989, we take this relationship out of the freezer, and it's really frozen very solid. And so over the years now, we're learning how to communicate again with each other. Not only Polish Jews in Poland with non-Jewish Poles, their neighbors, but Jews around the world with Poland, because the fact we're here for 1,000 years, the fact that so many Ashkenazim come from here, the fact that the Shoah, the Germans built all the death camps here in Poland, means the Jews around the world are still connected and will always be connected with Poland. But that's about the Jews. Let's take a look now from the Polish side. Jews are here for 1,000 years. Then all of a sudden, in 1939, the Germans start killing them. Again, not to say that all Poles loved all Jews all the time. No, absolutely not. But the Holocaust was from Germany. And what happens is all of a sudden, Jews disappear from public discussion. You're not supposed to say the word Jew. Certainly not under the German occupation. If it was Jew, it means death. But under the communists, also under the Soviet occupation. Also, you're not supposed to talk about Jews. And so for 50 years, the non-Jewish Poles have almost no opportunity to hear something in a natural way, in a school, in theater, in buying a book about Jews. There were exceptions. But the big picture, Jews disappear from the language, from the scene, the cultural, national scene. 1989, it's curious. Who are these Jews? We know they were here. We heard stories about the Holocaust. Who are they? So there's a natural response to having been denied information about this group for 50 years. Say, wow, what are they about? Now, add to that one more important factor, and that is the teachings of Pope John Paul II, who did more in the last 2,000 years to effectively fight anti-Semitism. And his teachings on the Jews, saying the Jews are all the brothers in faith. If you want to understand Christianity, first you have to understand Judaism. And so you put the two things together. Here's a topic that was forbidden, and the Pope, the greatest Polish hero in the last 1,000 or more years, or ever, said you should know them. Boom, very powerful. And so it's absolutely rational that there should be Jewish festivals here, because that was part of the cultural scene before 1939. And Poles today, many, not all, many are anxious to go back to what was before. And so they are called big festival in Krakow, and in Warsaw, and in Białystok, and in Łódź, and in small places also, all over the country. More Jewish festivals than I believe in any other country in the world. But that's because Jews were such part and parcel of society, of the landscape, and it was forbidden for 50 years. Why is challah so popular? Because, that's what you ate on Friday. And we're not even sure. Challah, we sure came from the Jews, because the word challah is from Hebrew, from the Torah. But, we're not sure. We think that borscht is Jewish. The Poles think it's Polish. The Russians think it's Russian. I don't know who really came up with it. Or blitzes or many other things. There's such cultural cross-fertilization that it's natural that we should share certain things in common, even if we have also very difficult periods in our history. It doesn't mean we also don't share things in common. Why is the water school so popular? Because it's a good school. And people do believe that Jews know how to give good education. And while some people may say it smacks of anti-Semitism, other people may say, well, they're right. And so it's also an open school, it's a tolerant school, and that's also attractive to some Poles, not to all, to some Poles.
My second question is, you travel a lot and you visit other countries, other cities, etc. How would you rate Polish anti-Semitism in comparison to anti-Semitism in other countries?
I would say that the level of anti-Semitism in Poland today is at the unacceptable level of the rest of Europe, except certain places where it's worse, like France, Austria, Spain, Scandinavia, places in England, Greece with its neo-Nazis. Did I miss any countries? So the problems in Belgium and Holland, anti-Israel. So it's unfortunate, it's horrible that in the last few years, this anti-Semitism is rearing its head all over Europe. And not only, even the United States. And therefore, the anti-Semitism here isn't worse than other places. But the problem is that why do we think it's going to be worse? And the answer probably isn't because it was. But not everything that was is. The fact that there was serious anti-Semitism in Poland before the war, and there was, sadly to say, doesn't mean it's the same thing today. And it goes back again to the teachings of John Paul II, who's the greatest Polish hero. And it's very hard to have John Paul II as your hero and to be an anti-Semite, because of everything he said that was so pro-Jewish. So that really did a lot to undermine that anti-Semitism was still left. But there still is anti-Semitism in this country, and we need to fight it. And we do, as in unfortunately every other Western country. Thank you very much. And next time, I hope we actually see each other in person. You said I travel a lot. I say I used to travel a lot. That's PC. That's pre-corona. So I wish you all to stay. It's my new ending to everything is stay safe, stay happy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to Poland. Welcome to our synagogue, Masorti Ki Tov, previously known as Beit Centrum Ki Tov, the conservative synagogue of Warsaw, and in fact of Poland. As we enter, you can see the wonderful building we are in, which was a pre-war tenement block for Jewish families. We are outside again, and you can see the balcony where we have our sukkah every year. It is the highest and smallest sukkah in Warsaw, and we have housed 19 people inside. Across the road, you can see the first plaque that we will be visiting. This plaque reads, "In this place, 23rd October 1943, a group of soldiers of the People's Guard ambushed a Nazi restaurant and killed 18 SS and Gestapo members." This plaque was put up by the Stalin-backed government. The resistance fighters were ordinary men and women. The Soviets were trying to rewrite history by putting up such plaques. Poles only wanted to remember where their neighbors and friends were murdered. They did not want to glory in what they had to do in order to fight for freedom. The original of this plaque was placed here in August 1946. It is at the corner of Marszałkowska and Aleje Jerozolimskie, the main central crossroads in Warsaw. It is of a quite different style that we saw a few moments ago. Communism under Stalin's influence was established in Poland by 1948. There was an effective 3-year civil war. At the end of 1948, the original of this plaque was destroyed. The reason was that the Soviets wanted to erase the 63-day delay in crossing the Wisła River. They wanted to erase from history their contribution in the slaughter of 200,000 Warsaw citizens. After the death of Stalin, life in Warsaw started to be more normal again. The citizens wanted to mark the places where the slaughter took place. Over 200 plaques such as these were produced. Place sanctified by the blood of Poles who died for the freedom of their motherland. Here, on 28th January 1944, Nazis shot 120 Poles. The term Nazi is used because in the 50s there was a close relationship between the government of East Germany and the government of Poland. No other city in Europe suffered like Warsaw. There were 2 uprisings. First, the ghetto uprising on the first day of Pesach, Tuesday, 19th April 1943, which lasted for 28 days until 16th May. Then, just over a year later, on Tuesday, 1st of August 1944, to Monday, the 2nd of October 1944, the first day of Sukkot, or 63 days, the Warsaw Uprising. In the 4 years of killing, more than 700,000 Warsaw citizens were murdered. That is about 500 a day. The plaques are on the remains of the side of a building on Jerusalem Avenue, or Aleje Jerozolimskie. This was a road to a Jewish town just outside Warsaw. Across the road, we have the Palace of Culture, a gift from Stalin to Poland.
Warsaw, Manhattan is built on the ruins of the ghetto. The small building or shed in front of us is the Aryan side of the ghetto wall. We are now on the other side of where we took some shots, and we have a part of the ghetto wall which is the back of a building. Often backs of buildings or sides of buildings were used as part of the ghetto wall, including that windows were blocked in, so there was no access or exit on that side. Here we can see that in this memorial there are a few bricks missing. This brick, the place where this brick was, is now in Yad Vashem, and the one below has gone to the Holocaust Museum in Australia. Now, when we look at this map, we can see that we are here. The Palace of Culture was here, on this corner. Now we are here, and the ghetto continues. We will be walking through the ghetto, seeing some sights, and we'll walk all the way to the top. The ghetto is divided into the small ghetto here, with the road running all the way through it, and then the large ghetto is above this. As you can see, it's very large. Now, some other aspects of this is that this person, he lives in the flat, or he lived in this flat here. And for years, he was the keeper of this wall. He did this charitably whenever groups came, and this was for decades. He told them the history of this place, and not only just the history, he kept it in a pristine condition, and therefore we have a memorial to him. I met him several times, and his knowledge was extraordinary. He was not Jewish, but he felt he had a mission in life to explain what had happened, the tragedies that had happened. We have just come from the other side of the building to where we have a fraction of the wall. And the stone here was taken to the Holocaust Museum in Washington. This was like a typical wall. It was a bit higher because it should be a bit higher. There were some parts missing because it was between two buildings. And Henrik Goldschmidt, a doctor, loved children, wrote books under the pseudonym of Janusz Korczak, and everyone knows him as Janusz Korczak. Born in a Jewish family for several generations on both sides, decided that his aim in life, his devotion in life, will be to children, because he felt that children were not brought up in the manner that they should be brought up, and in his day and age, as situations were changing, children needed to change and to adapt to the new life. He ran an orphanage in the ghetto, and he was warned several times, get out of the ghetto, get out of the ghetto,
because as an intellectual, the Polish underground army needed intellectuals to rebuild Poland after the war. So quite often, people like Janusz Korczak were actually sought to be saved by the Polish underground. He refused every time. Even a German officer who knew about his work warned him and told him to get out, and he didn't. He wanted to stay with his children. 2 weeks after Tisha B'Av, 2 weeks after the transport started to go to Treblinka, the Germans came to his orphanage and marched out 192 children to Treblinka. He dressed the children, they put on their best clothes, and they marched. He told them they're going to a new place, a new orphanage, where there will be mushrooms and trees and flowers and birds singing. We are now at Nożyk Synagogue. Synagogues of this size were a rarity in Warsaw. Warsaw had over 400 shuls. Then, at the beginning of the 19th century, progressive Judaism came to Poland. They started to build large synagogues, and the third one, the largest, which was the largest in the world at the time, was built in 1878. The Orthodox community, some decided that they needed also a large synagogue to be a representative for their congregations. In the 1980s, an office block was added to the side of the synagogue for all the administrative purposes of the gmina here in Warsaw. Below it, we can see the only kosher shop in Warsaw, and this is at the side of the building of the synagogue. This is the plaque to the great synagogue in Warsaw. This is the third progressive synagogue to be built. The first two were known as the German synagogues because the rabbis and most of the congregation were actually German speaking. They spoke German in those synagogues. The sermon was in German. And now, with the great synagogue, this was the symbol of Judaism in Poland. On Twarda, the Nożyk synagogue, in a sense, was built because this synagogue represented progressive Judaism, and they wished to have a synagogue to represent Orthodox Judaism. The importance of this building, that it now no longer exists, is because during the war, on the 16th of May, the last, when the ghetto was destroyed, Jürgen Stroh, who was a German commander, said the following words: "What a marvelous sight it was, a fantastic piece of theater. My staff and I stood at a distance. I held the electrical device, which would detonate all the charges simultaneously. Yestua called for silence. I glanced over at my brave officers and men, tired and dirty, silhouetted against the glow of the burning buildings. After a prolonged suspense for a moment, I then shouted, 'Heil Hitler,' and pressed the button. With a thunderous, deafening bang and a rainbow burst of colors,
the fiery explosion soared towards the clouds, an unforgettable tribute to our triumph over the Jews. The Warsaw Ghetto was no more. The will of Adolf Hitler and Heinrich Himmler had been done. Jürgen Stroop symbolically was saying that Judaism in Poland was dead. The very reason why we are in Poland today is to tell him and tell all the others that no, Judaism is alive. In a country where 15% of the population recognize themselves as Jewish, this can never happen. There is such a long history. There are so many graves. There are so many yard sites to be said. We cannot leave the past. We need to live the future with the past. Here you can see that in the architecture there is an archway which in one sense symbolizes that the Tłumacka synagogue was here. A point that I've heard quite often is that ever since the building was put up, until the time where part of it was given back to the Jewish community, until that time, there was a curse on the building. The reason given was that when the synagogue stood here, there was the ark. Here there was a place of worship. It was dedicated to prayer. When you destroy a place which is dedicated to prayer, it is not normal. It's unusual. And until part of the building was given back for the use, like at the moment we have Hillel here, then the building is now in peace. Stone states that in 1940, Germans opened a Jewish residential district, ghetto, locking behind walls 450,000 Polish Jews, which they were then murdering during the years 1940 and 1943. The man seated is Jan Skarski. He was an emissary of the Polish underground government. He was taken into the ghetto twice, because the first time he went to visit the ghetto, and what he saw, he could not take in. He had to go a second time in order to understand what was happening. He couldn't, the horrors that he encountered, he couldn't just fathom. He had to go a second time so that he could tell the story of what was happening. He went to the UK, he went to the States. He pleaded, he spoke, hardly anyone listened. What does that mean? We were suffering in the ghetto. The world knew about it and kept silent. Jan Skarski is typical of him. He was a thinker and a man that when he said his words, they were precise and he knew what he was saying. He spoke with Roosevelt. Roosevelt preached. Nothing happened. He also wrote a book called The Story of the Secret State. He told the story of the underground government. Just in front of him is perhaps the oldest monument in Warsaw. It was put here less than a year after the war had finished.
the monument here is a monument to the ghetto and to the uprising in the ghetto. It states, in very sort of humble, short words, for those who fell in an unprecedented and heroic struggle for the dignity and freedom of the Jewish people, for a free Poland and for the liberation of mankind, Polish Jews. This states that we are not just Jewish, we are Polish Jews. We are part of the nation here. This plaque was given on the 9th of April 1946, 3 years to the date of Pesach, when the uprising started. And here we see a bet and a laurel leaf, symbolizing freedom, the house of freedom. And now we'll take a short break from the path of remembrance to have a look at the Polk Museum, which symbolizes life. It's in this place which symbolizes death. There's also the symbolism of life. The museum is in two parts. In the middle, there's a large gap. The gap symbolizes two things. The first is freedom, crossing of the Reed Sea, crossing from one side to the other. The other symbolism is that the building is torn into two. What the Holocaust did to our people, what it did to the Polish Jews, it separated them with only a remnant remaining. In front of the museum is a plaque to Zadota. From 1942 to 1945, this organization was to help Polish Jews. They helped the children that they could find to escape. They helped the intellectuals to get out of the ghetto, those that will be building the new Poland after the war. They also were like a police, where there was, so that the Polish population could report to them anything that was being done wrong with the Jews. And now we'll just move slightly across and we can see the second monument, which was to the ghetto, because it was felt that the first one that we saw a while ago was too small to mark such a solemn, somber situation. This is the monument to the heroes, which was put up 5 years after the ghetto was destroyed. It was 2 years after the earlier stone that we saw. In the middle, we have Mordechai and Levi. You say the commander of the ghetto. And there are symbolism of a lady, a mother with a child, older people, those that are fighting. And what were they fighting for? The inscription reads in Polish, Hebrew, and Yiddish. The Jewish nation in honor of its fighters and martyrs. Pesach, 1943.
the Germans entered the ghetto. The Polish Jews in the ghetto were celebrating Passover, were celebrating Pesach, which meant Pesach is for freedom. They went out to fight, not for freedom, because they knew what their end was, but they went to fight to determine their own future, not to leave their future to the Germans. They fought for 28 days. They fought the German army for 28 days. Something very heroic. Other ghettos, like in Częstochowa, Białystok, Częstochowa lasted 6 days, Białystok 2 days, and all the other ghetto uprisings, they were all squashed in 1 day. The reverse side, or the eastern side of the memorial, has a frieze which symbolizes or is similar in style to what is on the Arch of Titus, showing how the German soldiers are marching people, including, there's a Torah scroll, out of the ghetto. The person who sculptured this monument, Nathan Rapoport, explained, the wall of the monument was designed to evoke not just the ghetto walls, but also the western wall, the Kotel, in Jerusalem. The great stones would thus have framed the memory of events in Warsaw in the iconographic figure of Judaism's holy site. We are now behind the Poly Museum on a part of the block that is called Willy Brandt Square. It commemorates when Willy Brandt came to Poland to sign the pact that the borders are agreed and there is a new relationship with Poland. He came to the monument of remembrance and he brought with him a wreath. He stood there with his head bowed. Then he did something that no other politician has done in the past. He knelt down for about 20-30 seconds with his head bowed and said nothing. When asked afterwards what was going through his mind, he said the following: I have been often asked what the gesture was all about. Was it planned? No, it wasn't. As I stood at the edge of Germany's historical abyss, feeling the burden of millions of murderers, I did what people do when words fail. I knelt in humble silence. This is a monument to Shmuel Ziegelboim. But before I talk about him, I would like to mention another hero. Adam Czerniakow was a Polish parliamentary senator. He was the head of the 24-member Jewish Council responsible for implementing German orders in the new Jewish ghetto. On Tish B'Av 1942, the German commander came to Adam
and requested a list of people that will go on the first transport to Treblinka. Rather than condemning his own people to death, he took his own life. This shocked the German officer when he returned the following day for his list. Now we return to Shmuel Ziegelboim.
He wrote a pamphlet called Stop Them Now. He publicized and he spoke even on the BBC about what was happening in Poland, the atrocities. There was very, very little reaction. Then he did something which was very brave. He wrote, I cannot be silent. I cannot live when the remnant of the Jewish people in Poland are murdered. The quote in detail, I cannot continue to live and to be silent while the remnant of Polish Jewry, whose representative I am, are being murdered. My comrades in the Warsaw Ghetto fell with arms in their hands in the last heroic battle. I was not permitted to fall like them, together with them, but I belong with them to their mass grave. By my death, I wish to give expression to my most profound protest against the inaction in which the world watches and permits the destruction of the Jewish people. He added in his letter to the Polish government these words. I must mention here that the Polish population gives all possible help and sympathy to the Jews. Later, in the letter, he added, the Polish and Jewish population keep in constant touch, exchanging newspapers, news, and instructions. The walls of the ghetto have not really separated the Jewish population from the Poles. The Polish and the Jewish masses continue to fight together for common aim, just as they have fought for so many years in the past. And to the Prime Minister and President in exile, he added, while the Nazis were responsible for the murder of the Polish Jews, the whole world of humanity was also indirectly responsible. He accused the Western allies of looking on passively upon the murder of defenseless millions of tortured children, women and men, and the Polish government of not doing enough. Here we have the bunker of 18 Miła Street, which is in front of us. This stone was put up later, and it gives the names of the people that they knew that died here. There were over 100 that died on the last day of the ghetto. The leader of the ghetto, Mordechai Anelevich, died a few days earlier. With his staff, they did not want to be taken alive by the Germans. So they ended their own life. I am now standing on the bunker. The inscription in Polish, Hebrew and Yiddish reads as follows. On May the 8th, 1943, in this place, Mordechai Anelevich, the commander of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, died as a soldier together with the staff of the Jewish Combat Organization and several dozen fighters of the Jewish resistance, fighting against the German invaders. The bunker had 6 exits or entries. Only one, which allowed a few to escape, was not discovered by the Germans. They were locked in, similar to what happened at Masada. These Polish Jews did not want the hands of their oppressors to find them alive. The symbolism of what happened here is long remembered. Giving one's life to save others is a majestic feat.
Those that escaped Miła Street came up here through the sewers. The Magen David and the hands coming out of the sewer symbolizes this last great escape. Polish sewer workers guided the 50 to freedom. However, this isn't where the story ends. They all continued to fight, and they all fought in the Warsaw Uprising. Here we see those that survived the Second World War, including Marek Edelman. The next plaque shows all that had survived but perished in subsequent conflicts like the Warsaw Uprising. And in the next are those that remained in the canals. Umschlagplatz, the place of deportation to Treblinka. The black line symbolizes the talit worn by the Polish Jews that were taken. This memorial represents a freight car. It was the terminal for Warsaw for bringing in freight into the city. Polish Jews were marched from their homes to this place on the edge of the ghetto. They were held here until they were loaded onto freight cars and sent directly to Treblinka, where they were murdered within 24 hours. On the walls are shown 400 popular first names. These are the names that grandparents and parents gave to their children and grandchildren. Janusz Korczak and his 192 children came through here on their last journey. In the film, the pianist Spielmann was taken from this spot and rescued. On the wall on the right is a plaque. It has a verse taken from the Tanakh, Job 16, verse 18. O earth, do not conceal my blood. Let there not be a place for my screams.
The bricks here show the ghetto wall, and they show the entrance into Umschlagplatz. Behind the wall, the journey started for the last day of their lives. In the Warsaw wall is a statue of a boy 13 years old, whose name is believed to be Anke. He was the youngest fighter for the freedom during the Warsaw Uprising. He fell 8 days after the uprising started, on the 8th of August, 1944. He wore
taken from a dead German soldier. He had a submachine gun from the Germans. His boots were oversized. What was his role? He was a messenger, taking messengers between the barricades. That was his task. His size suited him for the job. Everyone fought. This is the monument to the Warsaw Uprising. The second uprising, first the ghetto and now the Warsaw. On the 1st of August, 1944, on the promise from the Russian Soviet armies that they needed help to draw away the Germans so that they could cross the Wisła River and rescue Warsaw. The Poles rose. Amongst them were Polish Jews. Those that had survived the ghetto now fought for the freedom of Warsaw and for the Polish nation. But what happened? When the uprising started, the Russian armies stopped and waited for 63 days until the Germans had murdered over 200,000 citizens of Warsaw. Together with the ghetto uprising and all the atrocities that were happening in Warsaw, over 700,000 Poles, whether Jews or non-Jews, were murdered by the Germans during the war. Very few Warsavians survived. Some estimate at 6% of the whole city. The symbolism here is fighting out of the sewers and also out of the ruins of the city. When the Germans subdued the Poles, then they went systematically, after those 63 days, they spent systematically destroying Warsaw, a planned action. It was only later, in January of 45, that the Russians crossed the river to an empty, dead city. The German President, Roman Herzog, in 1994, came here and paid tribute to the Poles and gave a speech about German shame in context of Nazi Germany's crimes during the Second World War in Poland. Herzog apologized to the Poles during his speech about war crimes. Poland, as a nation, lost 90% of Polish Jews. It also lost 10% of the rest of the population. Together, 20% of Poles, whether Jewish or non-Jewish, perished during the war. Over 700,000 of them were the citizens of Warsaw.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, so thank you,
Yes, we
Joe.
hear you.
I know that a tremendous amount of work went into preparing it in the synagogue and with the chief rabbi and walking around the town, and it makes us all sorry that we weren't there in person and have the opportunity to spend time with your community and to learn more about Warsaw, more about the community, and more about the revival of Jewish life in Warsaw, which your community represents. We are running late, so it's a little bit of a question what to do now. I think we're just going to take a short 3-minute break because I know that some people just need a break from one session to the next. So in 3 minutes, we're going to come back, and our last and final session of the day is how to do online choirs, how to do online singing together. It doesn't need to be so formal as choirs, but an opportunity for communities that are used to singing together to be able to do that even when our services are virtual. So 3-minute break now, and then we come back into our last and final session. And yeah, here's Daniel. Yeah. Fine. 3 minutes. Hello, can people hear me?
Yes, we hear. Yes.
Okay. Daniel, are you online? I see you.
Daniel?
Oui.
Just waiting for, hey, Daniel.
Okay,
Daniel?
we are beginning the session now.
Yes, we're ready to begin.
Okay.
So I just want to welcome everyone back and to thank everyone for remaining for the last session of the day. And our last session is about music in our services and how we do online choirs and how we do online organizations. And I'm very excited about this because I can't wait to do it in our own community. So perhaps Daniel, you'll introduce what we're going to be doing now. And that's it. Looking forward to it. Daniel, over to you.
Okay, so it's a very small introduction. Just we speak about the project which has several aspects, and the core is one of them, and it's Laurence who is here shall explain it. And there are also other projects which shall be explained by sorry. Sorry. We shall see after other projects which are related more to exchange of music, and also by Niguning project. So first of all, perhaps, sorry. First of all, I will ask perhaps Laurence to explain the core project, and then we shall speak about the other projects. Laurence, do you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Hi.
Unmute.
Hello, everybody. Do you hear me?
Okay, she's in France.
Okay, good. I would like first maybe to let Gilberte talk a little bit about the whole project in itself and how it began. And then I will explain in details how we, as a choir conductor, because that's who I am, I had the opportunity to
chef de chorale.
During the confinement with my chorists. So Gilberte, maybe you go first. Gilberte, peut-être si tu veux, tu peux expliquer les grandes lignes de notre projet musical et j'interviendrai ensuite sur l'aspect technique et précis des vidéos que j'ai réalisées avec les choristes, si tu veux.
Shalom à tous et à toutes.
Welcome to everyone. I am Gilberte Jakubowicz, for those who don't know me. And I am a member of Maayane in Nice, whose president is Frank Medioni. The services are run by David Touboul. How did we get this idea to create this choral project, this choir project? So I was representing Frank Medioni in a larger meeting where I met Daniel Stein of Door to Door. And during the evening, we were sharing how much we love Jewish music, both religious and secular. After a while, Daniel got in touch with me and said, listen, I have an idea for a project. Do you want to work together on this? And I said, sure. And then we got in touch with Laurence Temim, who runs a choir at Adat Shalom and also Dor Vador. in order to elaborate this project, we also teamed up with Madam Abigail and Mr. Joe Roshansky. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the name. I apologize. He is from Warsaw. So there's a lot that music can offer us and give us the occasion to share. When there's Masorti Europe meetings, we have the leaders. People don't know each other, but what do we have in common? Prayer and music. So why not share the different melodies we use for our prayer? And from this exchange of melodies, we can establish in our different communities little choirs, and Laurence Tamim will oversee the various choirs in Masorti congregations. What's important is for all of us we have an incredibly rich inheritance or patrimony of ways of singing our prayers and other songs. And we need to build that up together. And also in the Talmud Torah, as long as the professors are in agreement, why not teach children different ways of singing, different melodies and airs? Also, why not have the children be singing during our services? Because when you hear children singing during services, it gives a different feeling and ambience. We're also developing different nigunim. Daniel will talk about that a little later. And if things go well, why not have a festival of Hebrew Jewish music? And going further, if things go well, how about a Masorti record that we can distribute and sell to different Masorti communities or outside of the communities? So now I'm going to introduce a little bit, the first part that will be sung by Abigail to show that you can sing a cappella alone without musical instruments or accompanied, that all of this can be, that you can introduce little by little musicians as well, and the program can be developed step by step. So the first two songs will be sung by Madame Abigail. We asked her to sing songs from Touboul. Then I will sing two melodies, and then we'll be showing a video showing you a bit of the work of Laurence Tamim, which will be developing. And once we've shown you all this, anyone who's interested, please feel free to make contact with me so that at the beginning of September, we can launch this project. We've already had an initial meeting. There were a number of people who came to this meeting in Nice, and I hope it will just grow and grow. Thank you very much for listening. Now I'll ask Madame Abigail to speak. Hello, hello. Madame Abigail. Oh, she's singing.
כן אנחנו בידך, חסד נוצר, לברית כבד מאוד. כי הנה כאבן ביד המעצבן, ברצותו אורז וברצותו מהתר. כן אנחנו בידך, מחיה וממוטט, לברית כבד והתפן ליצר. Psalm 23.
Psalm 23.
Iskor Yom Kippur.
Now from Yizkor for Yom Kippur.
מזמור לדוד, אדוני רואי לא אכסור, בינות דשא ירביצני, על מי מנוחות ינחלני. נפשי ישובת, נפשי ישובת, ינחני במעגלי צדק למען שמו. גם כי בגיא צלמוות, לא יראה, כי אתה עמדי. שבטך ומשענתך, שבטך ומשענתך, המה ינחמוני. קרוב לפני שולחן, קרוב לפני שולחן, נגד צאת צורריי. וישנת בשמן ראשי, וישנת בשמן ראשי, כוסי רוויה. אכתוב בחסד, ירדפוני כל ימי חיי, ושבתי בבית אדוני, ושבתי בבית אדוני לאורך ימים, לאורך ימים.
So that's an example of what you can do with Zoom. I'm going to sing Avinu Malkeinu, a part of Avinu Malkeinu, everyone knows it. Then a prayer from Rabbi Yehuda Levi Halevi that we sing at Kippur.
Avinu Malkeinu, chatanu lefanecha. Avinu Malkeinu, אין לנו מלך אלא אתה, אבינו מלכנו, עשה עמנו, עשה עמנו, למען שמך. אבינו מלכנו, אבינו מלכנו, קדש עלינו שנה טובה. אבינו מלכנו, בטל מעלינו כל גזירות רשעות. אבינו מלכנו, בטל מחשבות שונאינו. אבינו מלכנו, אבינו מלכנו, אבינו מלכנו, הפרצי אויבינו. אבינו מלכנו, קל לכל צר ומסתיר מעלינו. אבינו מלכנו, אבינו מלכנו, אבינו מלכנו, קל לדבר בחרב ורב ושביב ומשחית בעוון ושמד, בעוון ושמד, בעוון ושמד, מפני בריתך. ישמע אביונך, המחלים פניך, אבינו לבניך, אל תעלם אוזניך. ימים עמקים וצוחקים, אל נא תשיבם רכים, היום מלפניך. אבותם ועוונם, מחבר ובזדונם, ואם לא תעשה למען, עשה צורי למענך. היום חובב, ורצה כמו שי ניחם, ולחטאים תכין ליבם, וגם תקשיב אוזניך. בעת פניהם תשעה, ותאסוף עדת טועה, ותקים לך רועה, ופקוד בטוב צונך. הולכי בדרך נכוחה, אברסכם היום סליחה, ובתפילת המנחה, המציאם חינך. ישמע אביונך, המחלים פניך, אבינו לבניך, אל תעלם אוזניך. Je laisse maintenant la partie du développement.
Now I'm going to ask Laurent Temim to talk about how she's been developing this project, how to gather all the different elements for vocal music, for instrumental music. Now here is Laurence. Bravo for each of you. I don't know whether I should speak in English or French. I can speak in French and just thank all the singers very much, both of the singers very much. My name is Laurence Demim. I'm a choir master at Adat Shalom and at Belvedere, who are Masorti synagogues, but also in other Jewish institutions like Untitled and Kazip in Paris, and other groups who are not, which are not Jewish. So various groups at different levels. And with all of these groups, when we were quarantined, we were wondering how to keep singing together. So as you can imagine, we started rehearsing via Zoom. And very quickly that became really unsatisfactory and frustrating because as you've all experienced, you can't talk, several people can't talk at once, and how much less so can you sing together. And today, there is no real platform for polyphonic audio. So right now, what we do is that each member of the choir sends a little tape, a little recording of his part, and then I, Laurence, put them all together, which creates a rich track. So I'm going to show you two examples, or I'm going to play two examples for you. Two examples that we created during the quarantine with the communities of Adat Shalom and Belvedere, and also with Naples from Ile-de-France, Paris and its region. This is a liturgical piece by Solomon Rossi, perhaps you know him, 17th century, end of the 16th, beginning of the 17th century.
Especially the sound of my computer to get that video broadcasted. So I think you have to change the settings for me, if it's possible for you. Otherwise, I'm sorry, I can't broadcast the video. Yes, to the question. I can see there are a lot of questions while Chaim is giving me the access to share my screen.
You should be able to do it now.
Okay, thank you. So thank you. Yes, I can see. I can share it now. Bon, apparemment, I can't optimize the sound for a video clip, so I will just have to ask you all to cut your microphones and eventually video and cameras, so that it's possible so that the streaming is optimized. So here is, pardon, désolé, je passe de l'anglais au français, c'est pas très bien pour les interprètes.
Sorry, I keep going back and forth in languages. This is Baruchu from Solomon Rossi, 17th century chorus, choir and instruments. Please turn off your mics.
Voilà.
There you go.
Okay, was everybody able to see it? I don't know, actually. Oui? Ok. La deuxième vidéo que je voudrais vous montrer, celle-ci a
The
été
second video I'm going to play is with two choirs from two Masorti synagogues or communities. One is from Adat Shalom in Paris, and the other is Dor Vador in Paris, whose president is Daniel Stein. And this time, this is from a completely different repertoire from Naomi Shomer, Shirat HaSavim, based on a poem. The message is quite beautiful because it speaks about exactly what we're missing as a choir. That is, each of us is a blade of grass, but together we are a beautiful choir. So this video is much more elaborated, and I'm just showing you different directions of how you can make these videos or the effects you can have. Okay, here we go.
Voilà, excusez-moi, ça prend un petit peu de temps.
Sorry, I know it's taking a little while. I have to share. I'm trying to find to share the screen. There we go.
En plein écran, cette vidéo.
Making it a full screen video as well.
Thank you.
Voilà.
So I hope everyone was able to see this because while I was running the video, I wasn't sure if everybody could see. I hope there weren't too many problems or connectivity problems. Okay, very good. I, of course, am happy to respond to any of your questions about the technical aspects. As you saw, each person, each choir member had an earpiece, an earphone, and so I, as the choir master, and any choir master can do the same thing. I send a model, a mock-up, an audio to each of the choir members. Each of them has to follow at his own stand, so to speak. Of course, you can modify the levels of difficulty. And then each person sends us the recording following the very precise instructions that I provided, including the framework for the video with the clothing. But you can also say, to wear whatever you want, be wherever you want. So it can be quite varied at a distance when we're doing this remotely. So once that you recuperate all of the recordings, then you notice I put in effects, for example, the echo effect, which the reverb that I did with the different voices, not by using an effect pedal or other thing. And you can do this with a smartphone, you can do it with a tablet, with everything we have at our disposal already. And we can make beautiful music, so to speak. We can do it if we can do it from one end of Paris to the next, to the other, we can do it from one end of Europe to the other. I'm ready for any questions about the technical aspects, if there are no questions at the moment, or if there'll be questions perhaps later. Let me ask Danielle Stein to address the part of the project that will be devoted to Nigunim. Thank you, Laurence, and thank you, Gilbert. What you've done is fabulous, and the musical examples really speak to us. I'd like to add one thing. We saw projects with choir members, but you can also have musicians playing instruments, of course, it's quite important. And as for the Nigunim, it comes from an observation of mine. I participated in klezmer workshops, and the question was how to link the klezmer traditions and everything that goes on in those milieu and in popular milieu, even not Jewish, with liturgical or sacred musics. I know what happens at Salvador. I don't really know the other congregations. But it's true that in many communities, I believe, the links, the connections have been lost. And so we'd like to rebuild contact and exchange between the musics, between the musics between communities, but also musics from elsewhere, either melodies, nigunim that we hear elsewhere or that are no longer sung. Sometimes we have recordings of them, to recover them and to hear them, to let them live again in the synagogues. We've tried that out at Salvador. Lior, who's here, participated during the high holidays at a program in which we brought together these different musics. Lior, perhaps you could talk a little bit about what you sang and what you prepared. Hello, everyone. I'm going to talk in French because I'm more comfortable. Thank you for this beautiful initiative and these performances that were very inspirational and motivating. So we're going to start with the first song. which is Hamo Hamesecha. Very odd. It's a very old language. I don't happen to know where the melody is from. I would tend to think it's Alsatian, but I'm not sure.
ויאמרו לך חוסך בצדקך מוסך חמול על מעשיך ותשמח במעשיך ויאמרו לך חוסך בצדקך מוסך אוי 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 תוקדש אדון על כל מעשיך כי מקדישך כי קדושתך קידשת נאה לקדוש נאה לקדוש אוי בר מקדושים. Alors c'était un premier chant. C'est très bizarre de chanter ça tout seul.
It's very odd to sing that by oneself at home in a Polish accent, and I'm not Polish, and it's not Kippur either. Okay, second song. We're going to try to be a little more eclectic, but this is Svard, not Sefarad, but Svard from Eastern Europe, a nigun. So I don't know the name of this nigun, but I like to call it the Weimar nigun because last year I learned it at this magnificent festival. Oh. Daniel, can you give me the first note? Au secours. The first note for the Weimar nigun. Wait a second. Daniel was searching.
מוגדל כוח מכין הרים בכוח חכם לבבי אמיץ כוח נותן ליעף כוח לכן יתגאה גדול אדוננו די גדול אדוננו ורב כוח אמרו לאלוהים I'm going very fast. Je vais très vite là.
I'm going very fast. I'm trying to give you an idea how to adapt the song with a melody, a nigun that's known. There are a lot of melodies or nigunim without any words. So the idea is to adapt even things that.
C'est vraiment super porteur d'utiliser ce répertoire-là. Enfin, le dernier, c'est Hodou Lashem.
And the final is Hodou Lashem Ki Tov.
And it's pretty great, but it's not a nigun sfal. Non, c'est pas sfal. Great. So it's gonna be on Mipnei Ma, which is a mystical text. Okay, I'm listening to the translation. That's weird, but okay, all right. I'm just gonna sing, so you don't have to. It's a mystical text. C'est un texte mystique qui s'appelle Mipnema.
It's a mystical context. Mipnema. What does the soul yearn for?
Hodou l'Adonai ki tov ki leolam chazdo yomarna Israel ki leolam chazdo Yomruna Chazdo Yomruna Bet Aaron Ki Leolam Chazdo. So that definitely was not Freddie Mercury. Merci d'avoir écouté.
Thanks for having listened. Thank you, Leo. So, in fact, you participated in a festival at Weimar. And in fact, part of the project, it might be useful while we're trying to organize our own Masorti festival, is to send people, to send Masorti, people from Masorti Europe to various places throughout Europe, in Weimar, in Krakow, in London, a little, all over. And maybe, Georg, you could tell us a little bit about how Weimar was, so that we can see, so we can get an idea of what that could represent, the interest for various Masorti communities.
The city is transforming into a klezmer city. So when I arrived, people are cheering each other up in the streets because they kind of know each other from workshops or from concerts or from street concerts, and everyone is welcome to join. It's in the open. So people come into bars, and outside there was very, I don't know, a little bit like in the Aristocats, if you know that in Disney, like they're in the street and dancing, like everyone is just so happy. It's very fascinating, but it's not religious. It's very surprising because I think they are both, just people are coming together and having a like common something without asking each other, how do you practice? So it's very open, and I think good for people who are thinking like that, out of the halachic box, being the, I don't know, an idea that, yeah, anyway. I don't know, what can I tell you? So there are workshops about mainly klezmer music, but there is also part of it about Oriental music, which is surprisingly not a good term, because klezmer is from Oriental. It's so Oriental. For Westerners, like, so there were workshops by the desert, and it was surprising how the scales were similar. Anyway, the scales, ouais, les gammes étaient pareilles entre le klezmer et les musiques.
The scales were the same between Eastern music and klezmer music, which was surprising. The tunings were the same. I really recommend going to the Weimar festival. There's
very much more like a music school. I was in a project that was taking place in a music school, so it was very different because we had to be very formal and put up an opera in 2 weeks. But there are so many projects with, so many projects are actually there. It's like the place where things end and are staged, sometimes just for once. I took part in an opera named Bathsheba about the history of King David and Bathsheba. So it's great. It's very, I don't know, it's very Game of Thrones-y, I think. The story, so the opera was very good. It was very clever. And it's from 1 century ago. The partitions were actually found by chance because there was the war. And we could, be on stage again with this opera 1 century after it was created. It was very moving when they were on stage by the people of Germany, and playing.
Okay. Merci, Lior.
Thank you, Georg. Gilbert, would you like to close session? Give us some information. Gilbert, do you hear me? Yes, I'm listening. How about ending by giving us some ideas of how to proceed, how to stay in contact? I see that Annette in the chat gave us some ideas of how to use Zoom for music. Maybe Annette would like to speak to us about this. I don't know if she's still online. I think I've written everything in the chat.
If you like, I can say the most important thing for when you lead a service with singing, there is next to the, oh, I should use properly my microphone. Can you hear me? Oui. Yeah.
Oui.
So when you're next to the microphone, there's the little arrow to the top. When you click on this, you see audio settings. When you click on audio settings, you turn off automatically adjust volume. Having done that, you go to advanced, and there you disable suppress persistent background noise. You disable suppress intermediate background noise, and you switch on show in meeting options for enable original sound. And having done that, you see in your screen on the top something blue with switching on. When it's blue, it's the original sound. When it's off, it's not the original sound. And normally when you talk, so for example, now I don't have the original sound. When I switch it on, that's now. When you talk, it's not such a difference. But when you sing, it's an enormous difference. So I have a, yeah, I don't have my best microphone, but you hear, so I will sing something and switch it on and off, then you see the difference. Minna meitzal karatia, karatia, minna meitzal, karatia, karatia, minna meitzal. You should have heard a difference. I haven't, because for me it's the same. But for the people listening, that makes a huge difference of if it's original sound or Zoom technical produced. Let me know if you have questions, because I did a lot with our community, and so if there are technical issues, maybe we can find out together how to solve.
Okay, merci Annette.
Thank you, Annette. Gilbert? I wanted to thank all the members of Masorti Europe and Masorti France, the rabbis, especially Chaim Weiner and Sandra, and the presidents who are here, and the rabbis who are here, and all of you who have followed us and listened to us and participated. There's such a wide range of possibilities. You really shouldn't say, oh, I'll never find anything to do, or there's no place for me, or nothing to do. Everyone can participate. As long as you're interested, get in touch with me. Well, there's always room for everybody in this project. I'm part of Masorti Maayane in Nice. I'm part of the board. Let me remind you that every person, every one of us can sing. Don't say, I don't have the tessitura or the voice. No, no. You work with your voice, and you can do it. Also, depending on your levels and your interests and your capacities, there's always a way for you to participate. And thanks to that, we can advance. Because what's important for us in our meetings is, of course, the music, but more importantly, and especially, to increase knowledge of and between all the Masorti communities. This is particularly what we're interested in. We want to know each other better. We want to have more exchanges by music, by lectures, by discussion. If there's a Hebrew music festival, we can share lodging information, or how to work with our children and have them share through music. Children learn very quickly. It's important for us to introduce our children to music, because they're the ones who are going to, they're the future.
Et que ce projet avance.
And it's important for this project to grow and to continue. I put your address in the chat, your email address in the chat.
Yes, I see it here. Daniel did it, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Chaim, you want to say something, or you want me to close it?
First of all, I just want to thank everyone. I want to thank all of the presenters who took up their time to present. I want to thank the singers who shared their beautiful voices with us. I want to thank Joe and the Ki Tov community in Warsaw, who spent so much time preparing the video today and so much time working on the project. I want to thank the organizing team who worked together with us to create today. But first and foremost, I want to thank all of the people who are here on the screen, and those who were on the screen during the afternoon, who took an afternoon of their life, a Sunday afternoon of their life, which I understand has lots of competition, and shared it together with us. And I want to share what Gilbert just said when she talked about how wonderful it is when we come together across the continent and across our different communities and find that we have so much in common and so much that we can share with each other, and indeed so much that we can learn from each other when we come together. So a huge thank you to everyone. I hope that you enjoyed the afternoon, and we look forward to doing more things in the future. Maybe I'll just highlight that our series, Masorti Judaism Up Close and Personal, is still going on, and we have 2 sessions in July, and more information about that will come in through the communities. So good afternoon to everyone, and I hope that everyone remains healthy, and that we get through these difficult times together, and that we continue to thrive and to grow as Masorti communities in Europe. And I'll say the final goodbye from Sandra, and then we'll be finished for the afternoon.
Okay, not much to add. I was very pleased to see all of you here, especially those fathers that had today, actually Father's Day in Europe. They have to give up today, so thank you very much. Shabbat Tov to everyone, and I hope to see you next time on our course again. Bye-bye. Kol Tov.
Shalom, shalom. Shalom, shalom, goodbye, David.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Shalom, shalom, ולהתראות.
Bye. Thank you.
Shalom, להתראות.
Shalom.
להתראות, be healthy.
להתראות.
Hola.
להתראות.
Bye.